So high, blue eyes, fake cry. Beware of the fox tonight. The cold feet.
Welcome to another episode of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast, episode 22, season 4. All right, so it looks like I'm going to be on my own for a little bit. Hopefully we can get this shindig going pretty soon. If you are new here, welcome. If you have been here before, welcome as well. Got a few updates, got a few announcements, and we'll see where this live stream gets us. Alrighty, so like I said, welcome to all of you in the chat. And let me check to see, waiting to see who's showing up here. Oh, I don't know. Like I said, might be here on my own. Well, welcome aboard, pilot. Best wishes to your wife and what you are going through. Chris has kept us in the loop as much as possible, and you have my best wishes. So as far as updates go, I got I'm not sure where we were last week. I did get the transmission up in the truck last week. Tried to start it. It wouldn't start. Thought it was out of fuel, that somebody had stolen the fuel. Turns out that I had a bad crank position sensor. After doing some idiot proofing. I think I told the story about how all that went. I'm not positive. Like I said, I thought I did. Might not have. But anyway, I'll go over it again. It's not that big of a deal. It gives me something to talk about till we get some people in here up on camera to join me. But anyway, so went to fire the truck up after putting transmission in to start putting more transmission fluid in it, and nothing. Wouldn't fire. It would crank, but that was it. No firing. Poured ether down it. Well, didn't pour ether down it. So gave up. First thing that came to my mind was somebody had stolen the fuel, especially with what we're going through with how expensive fuel prices are and the fact that the truck was sitting back there all on its lonesome. So I ended up going out the next day or so and trying to figure out some other things. I ended up buying 4 gallons of gas, dumped that in the gas tank, tried to fire it again, still nothing. Nothing on the gas gauge, no nothing. So I started Googling and came across a forum post that said about, that it might be a sensor that is the reason why there's no fuel gauge and there's no crank, there's no starting. It also mentioned something about the fact that, oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. So dumped the fuel in, wouldn't fire. Saw I had an check engine light. Oof, damn, that sucks, pilot. I have not left home to even look at gas prices since Thursday. Girlfriend's got the Kia up at work. I have been stuck at home, no vehicle. Anyway, so back to the story. Saw check engine light, tried to put my code reader in. It came up the fact that there was could not establish a link. So I thought my code reader was broken, so I went to the Kia Soul that we have here. It plugged in, connected right away. I'm confused. Went back to the truck, tried to plug it in again, still could not establish a link. It was at this time that I noticed that my odometer wasn't showing a mileage. It just said no bus. So I Googled, truck won't start, no bus. And I came across a forum post saying that to check the sensors, to Unplug each sensor, turn on the key, see if it fixes the dash. First one I unplug is the crank position sensor. As soon as I unplug it, turn the key on, instantly fuel's there, odometer's there, it's ready to go. Obviously not going to start because the crank position sensor is unplugged. So fast forward a few days, because I was busy, had to work, couldn't deal with what I was dealing with. Also couldn't afford to run out and go get a crank position sensor right away. Didn't have that much money. So anyway, flash forward a couple days, pull the old crank position sensor out, find out that the red lead has been split open. Probably got squished when I was trying to put the transmission in. So I guarantee you, my fault. Anywho, I tried to repair it. I cut the wire, solder it back together with some heat shrink, and throw it back in the truck. Crank position sensor, the dash all does what it's supposed to do, still won't crank to fire. It still won't fire when cranked. So today, I went out and bought a new crank position sensor, threw it in, it fired right up. So put transmission fluid in it, topped off the transmission fluid, got that where it needs to be, and threw it in gear and drove it around the block. So other than a few stupid things like getting the bracket for the TV cable and just going over the truck in general, making sure everything else is good and snuffed up, truck's ready to go. I haven't taken it out and actually gone through all the gears yet, but it should be okay. If not, it's got a 3-year warranty on it. Take it back up to the guy who did the transmission and say, hey, still not working. But most likely it's fine. So there's that. I also got my Summit order finally. Well, at least most of it. I still have to order the valve covers and the power steering pump, as they were actually canceled and I was refunded the money for those, so I have to reorder them. Not going to reorder them right away, especially with everything going on. But I got the wiring harness kit, I got the alternator, and I got the Pontiac light blue metallic paint that I needed, so we can continue with getting the Sniper installed in the car. Power steering pump and the valve covers, they're not a necessity to get the car up and going. So we'll work with what we got and see where things land in a month or two. With gas prices and everything else, like you said, Pilot, most you've paid in 50 years of driving. It's the most anybody's paid in 50 years of driving. It is a new record high, and yeah, we can tell who's to blame for that, but it is what it is. So, what's been going on with everybody else? Because that Pilot, hopefully your wife is doing better today than she was doing the other day. If not, hopefully you guys find out what's going on and get it taken care of. Well, here, I'll drink for you. I'm not positive as who's going to show up today. We'll see. I know Kat's busy doing a car show. I'm not sure where Chris and Miss Formy are today. Brad's probably... Yep, cheers to you too. Brad is probably doing carnival stuff. It is middle of summer, and it's Saturday night, so it should be a pretty busy day for him. At least I would assume. Oh, so yeah, we can talk about just about anything. Um, kind of excited about digging into that wiring harness. I took a quick, I took a deep quick, not a deep quick, but I took a deep dive into the instruction manual for that wiring harness, and I'll tell you what, it's pretty nicely laid out. Um, Pretty big book. Probably about um 18 inches across by like 12 inches high. Um, yeah, it looks like it is just me and you, Pilot, but you know what? For right now, it's fine. I got 2 likes, so there's at least somebody else in here. I don't know who else is in here, but thank you for the likes, guys. Definitely need it. I did post up a new video this afternoon. I don't know if you got to watch it yet, Pilot. It is the next step in a Trans Am. In fact, actually, it was recorded before I went on vacation. So that was recorded early May. So about a month ago. And then we ran into all this other stuff, and I just haven't had a chance to edit it, put it up. But I finally edited it. Edited. Come on, brain. I finally got it edited and threw it up on the channel. Kind of proud of my. Oh, sorry to hear that, Pilot. Kind of proud of my thumbnail. I hope it pops. I hope it's really noticeable when it comes across your browser page. Um, Kind of curious what people think. I think I'm going to try to do more of my thumbnails in that general theme. Um, Maybe my videos will be a little more noticeable, maybe pop a little bit more compared to other car videos. But anywho, um, like I said, I got my engine paint and everything else. I also picked up some engine paint primer. So the next step for me, I think, is to finish gutting the engine bay, pull all the wiring out of the car, um, and get that engine bay cleaned up and painted. I still have to paint frame rails, the inner wheel wells, firewall, get all that cleaned up, and then I think might start. What I'll do next is then I'll put the intake back on and get the engine fully painted, and then start working on the wiring. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest things is getting this wiring ran and set up, because I'm not going to be able to hook up the sniper or any of that other stuff until the standard harness wiring is run. At least get everything laid out to where it needs to go. I might not have all of the things like headlights and stuff all put in. Hey, Chris. Hopefully you're gonna pop up here and hang out with me up on up here on the camera. Kinda up here high and dry on myself. But anyway, it's going to be a process getting that harness in and up and going. But it's going to solve so many issues. I had issues with part of my gauge cluster stuff not working right. I had issues with lights not working, whether they be turn signals, tail lights, headlights, whatever. I had freaking issues. Plus, this harness comes pre-set up to be able to run the electric fans. It said something about being able to set up for the electric fuel pump. We'll see. I might have to run a wire for that. But with the way that this is all set up, it should be pretty easy to run that. It comes with extra circuits, so that way I can run stuff like that. But we'll see. It should be pretty easy. It's just going to take a bit. Once we get all that done, we can get the sniper hooked up, get all that stuff run, finish the fuel lines, put in the radiator. I think that once once I get that harness in, the rest of it will move pretty quickly, and we get this car fired up, running and moving. If I can still afford gas at that point, because this car runs on high test, and high test was tickling $6 a gallon last time I looked. I may not only be able to afford to put a couple gallons of gas in this car, and it's supposed to run like 50 miles before the sniper is considered, somewhat tuned. So this should be interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford to be able to run the car after I get it all put together. But yeah, I don't know, man. Let's get some banners up here. Hit the like button and share with your friends. Here we go. We got Chris coming in, maybe? Maybe? Oh, I think so. Is that a Chris? Sounds like a Chris. Can you hear me, Chris? I can slightly hear you. I think I'm more hearing something in the background than I am hearing you. Maybe. Maybe not. Well, either way, we still have video of you. Oh, let's switch me and you so that because you're facing the other direction. There we go. Oh, we got light. Hi, Chris. We can see you. Looks like your connection's not super great, but we can see you. Let's gotta give him a minute to get settled in and get his stuff all together and organized here. Chris, when you're ready, give us a shout. I'm out of beer, so I'm having Gentleman Jack and Coke today. Hi, Miss Formy. Miss Formy, I'm super excited about my package that I got on yesterday. Oh, lost Chris again. Can't wait to get started on that. Wasn't able to do anything with it today. I was busy getting the YouTube video up. Yeah, Pilot, that looks like I think you might have made the better choice with that one. Hi, Jesse. For those of you guys just joining in, got the truck up and going today. It fired up, drove it around the block. So super stoked about that. Also got my Summit order in with my wiring harness and alternator and engine paint. So super excited about that. Can't wait to get started installing all that stuff. Definitely a weight lifted off my shoulder getting that truck up and going. We'll at least have 2 vehicles again, which we desperately needed because the gray Kia needs to go in for an inspection, and we weren't able to do that because of the fact that we were both using the car every day of the week. I don't know exactly, Jesse. I still have to find some way to anchor the TV cable down because of the fact that I don't have that bracket at the moment. I might just fab one up at work and just make it work. We have the metal. It wouldn't be that hard for me to do it. Hey, welcome back. I gotta move you over.
After a bit of minor technical audio difficulty.
Yeah, I could hear at least stuff going on in the background with you. And we could see you. But I don't know if you could hear us or if you didn't.
Nah, I didn't have any audio coming. For some reason, the headset disconnected with the phone when I came into the show.
Oh, okay.
When I opened the browser, the only thing I could figure out, I might shut everything off when we come back in. Now it's fine.
Yeah, If you guys are out in the chat and haven't hit the like button yet, please do. Trying to get a decent amount of likes going so we can get some people in here. I did share it with a bunch of old car buddies from, geez, back when I was still with Airy. Which was a while ago. I mean, we're talking 10, 12 years ago. Geez, I was still driving the Nova around as a daily when I was hanging out with them. So that should tell you how far back that is. I have never once dailied the Nova while I had this YouTube channel up and going. Which would have been epic if I would have been dailying the Nova when I started the channel. But yeah, Chris, we got the truck fired up. It was crank position sensor. My fix yesterday did not work. Or my fix, was it yesterday or the day before? I think that was Friday.
Yes.
I think it was Friday that I tried to fix it. I pulled the old crank position sensor out and...
Yeah, yesterday was Friday.
Oh, yeah, I guess it was.
So you're right.
Yeah, so it was yesterday. Yesterday, I pulled the old crank position sensor out, tried to... Now,
what was the deal with your wires? Did something chew them, or did it get crushed somehow? Or?
Yeah, I probably smashed them between the engine block and the transmission. So the crank position sensor hangs off the back of the engine, and there's a little hole in the top of the bell housing for the transmission that goes out around the crank position sensor. And with me trying to shove that transmission up there by myself, and it flopping all over the frickin' place, most likely at one point it caught one of those wires and smushed it.
362A on the right.
So,
I-295.
So I mean, without putting it up there with a trans jack, it was kind of hard to make sure you keep track of everything and where everything was at and out of the way. You know, not to mention stick my hands up around the top of that transmission while it's balancing precariously on top of an engine. I mean, top of a floor jack. Probably would not have been the smartest idea anyway. Considering that thing almost fell on me, what, 3 times at least? And if it would have, there would have been, I would have been no helping myself. I mean, that's 200 pounds. It would have landed on me and I'd have been stuck. You know, good thing OSHA wasn't around. Because...
yeah, it would have sufficiently rearranged some fingernails too.
Yeah, probably. I probably would have been a little worse for wear. By the way, speaking of worse for wear, we absolutely destroyed the laser at work. So we have one of these huge CNC laser beds at my work that cuts, you know, up to, I think it actually cuts up to 1/2 inch thick steel. We only cut up to 3/8, but it can cut up to a 1/2 inch. And there was an ongoing issue where the bins that collect like the parts that fall out. So like when you're cutting little circles and little plugs or whatever, they fall through the table when they're cut free. You know, it's just they're not something that we keep. They're just, you know, it's, you know, voids that are supposed to be in the part. And they collect down in these bins underneath of the laser head. And once a week we pull the bins out and we clean out them and shove them back underneath the table. We were in the middle of doing this on Thursday, and the last 2 bins always get stuck. They don't like coming out, don't like going in. And we have been telling maintenance this for, I guess they have been telling maintenance this for like 2-3 years. That you know, and it just keeps progressively getting worse. They band-aid it and then tell us to freaking, you know, deal with it till next time. Well, we were putting the second to last one back in. We ended up having to use the forklift to push it all the way in. Well, in doing so, I guess the dividers that make sure that the parts don't drop in between the bins and, you know, shoo off into, you know, the first, you know, one bin or the other. It pushed one of those dividers slightly up, and when the table, the laser has 2 tables, and they you know, like there's the one that's in the machine and the one that's outside the machine that we load with like the next sheet. and then once it's done cutting the sheet inside the table, they swap, and then obviously you pull the parts off, you put a new piece of metal on it, and then once the one in the laser is done, it swaps again. Well, during that
Continue
swap,
on I-295.
it caught one of those dividers, and it derailed both laser beds, plus ripped up the whole inside of the laser where those dividers are.
Oops.
Oh, it looked like a massive train wreck looking down inside the laser from either end. You looked in and there was just tables all cattywampus and bits of metal all twisted up inside there, and yeah, needless to say that that shut down the laser for the day. Probably all day Thursday. Oh well, the last part of Thursday night, and I guarantee you it'll probably be shut down most of Monday, till they can get it fixed.
Guess maintenance will pay attention now, huh?
Well, yeah, they had to go in there and rip the whole top of the laser off. So it's like in a big box. So it's like I know that there's ones that are like open air, you know what I mean, where there's like nothing around them and everything's just like freely there. But ours is encased in I guess it's like a metal box. So
yeah, cabinet basically.
Yeah, a big cabinet, and then it's like 15, 20 feet by 15 feet. It's not small. It's pretty big. I think the table beds themselves are like 10 by 8 foot. Right? I can't reach all the way. I have to walk around the laser bed to reach the other side of the table. It's big. But anyway, so they had to pull the whole top of the laser off, go down in there with cranes, and lift these tables up out of the laser to get to be able to even remotely start fixing any of the issue. So yeah, it was kind of and it's the laser ended up all over the fab shop. Table over here, the roof, all the roof pieces. It was just parts of the laser scattered all over around the laser. And even my team lead said, well, in all of the time that I've been here working on this laser, I've never seen a laser this messed up. Now, granted, I didn't do anything. That technically wasn't my fault. I'm not the one that was working on that particular bin, and I'm not the one that shoved the bin in with the forklift. But it really wasn't his fault either, because that's what he was told to do. That's what we were all told to do. If you can't get them out by hand, pull them out with the forklift. If you can't put them back in by hand, shove them in with the forklift. And if you can't get them in with the forklift, well, then call maintenance. So he put them in. Just like we were told. I had just cleared off the table, and it had just finished cutting the last sheet, and I was walking up towards the front of the laser to reset the next sheet that was going in, when it made all of that horrendous racket, and I had to quick run over and hit the emergency stop, because it had self-destructed itself. But yeah,
it wasn't a happy pappy.
Oh no, it was not. It made one hell of a commotion. I mean, it sounded like a car wreck. I mean, those tables alone have to weigh more than a car. Each table that swaps. So that's a lot of inertia to just come grinding to a halt. Not to mention we were cutting quarter inch steel at the time, so there was a fully cut sheet of quarter inch steel on the one table and a fresh uncut sheet of quarter inch steel on the other. That was like, I think that one was like 7 by, no, it's probably more like 8 foot by 5 foot sheets. So yeah, it made a mess.
All kinds are excited.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a lot of weight. Like I said, we have a 10,000 pound crane for a reason. Or no, 10 ton crane. That's what it is. 10 tons. I think 10 ton.
Probably.
Yeah, I think 10 ton crane. that services the laser. We have another smaller, like 5-ton crane, that we use for auxiliary things. But yeah, the main crane is the 10-ton, because we'll lift up 15 to 20 sheets. Each bundle is 15 to 20 sheets thick. And depending on the size of the metal, we may pick up 2 or 3 in a shot to off of the stacks to bring over to the laser. But yeah, no, that was a mess. I was like, I was in pretty much shock. Welcome to the maintenance department. Our motto is "What the hell happened?" No, our maintenance department is oh you're overreacting. It's nothing. Until it does something like that.
And who's overreacting now, right?
Well, and the thing is that's what they do. They'll band-aid it or put it off until it completely shuts down whatever the machine is that, you know, and then they'll do something about it. Instead of just fixing the problem when it's a small problem, we'll wait till it's a big problem, and then the whole shebang is down. And the thing is that laser, for us to keep up with parts, has to run 20 hours a day, 4 days a week. We're only open 4 days a week. So, and we have 2 10-hour shifts. So that laser has to run from the time we come in until the time we leave, and from the next shift comes in to the time that they leave. That laser has to run every day that we're working to keep up with the parts that are needed for the line. Because so when I started working there, they were making 83 trailers a week. So, you know, that's a lot of trailers. That's, you know, a trailer's coming off the assembly line.
That's a case of supply and demand.
Well, yeah. Well, we're now looking at making 96 trailers a week. Fab Shop did not get any more employees, nor did our machines grow in any amount. So now we're making more parts with the same amount of people in the same amount of time. And like some of the parts, okay, so the laser cuts the parts, but we also have a 400-ton press and a 600-ton press, and they're used for, you know, obviously just bending metal in varying degrees. We call that forming. Then we have a 200-ton press, a 200-ton punch, and a 400-ton punch, which obviously they punch holes. That's what they do. They punch holes in up to 3/4 inch, or no, 3/8 inch thick steel. I've never seen that's a really big hole punch. And then we have what they call a iron worker, which we call the notcher, and they basically use that for I think parts that are under 11 inches wide. It can cut them clean through up to 3/8 of an inch thick. It can cut, you know, just literally chop it like a pair of toenail clippers. But we mainly use it for cutting like the corners and stuff for gussets and bracing pieces. So we have it's called a Scotchman iron worker is what it's called. And we have one of those. And then we have a big metal shear. Just a big pair of metal scissors. That's pretty fun to. It's kind of like do you remember like the old school paper cutters that you had, like,
Yep.
you know, the big blade that comes down at like an angle and just slices through like a 1/2 inch thick sheet of paper.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have one of those for metal. And then we got
And what amazes you is how many of the machines are World War II era or older.
Oh, they all are. Every single
and
one of
still
our
in operation.
machines. Every single one of our machines, besides I think the bandsaw and the drill press and the laser are all from the 1960s or older. In fact, one of them, I think it was the 400-ton press, was literally found out in a field. They literally sourced it out of a farm field and refurbished it, and we're using it now. So, thankfully, none of
It's
our
amazing seeing them big industrial machines like that in operation.
well, I mean, a lot of the new stuff just isn't like some of that stuff they just don't make anymore. Or if they do, it's too stupid expensive for most facilities to own. And then again, like even me, I'd love to have a lathe or a milling machine, and guess what? I want one of those ones from the 1940s to the 1960s. You know, those were the
back them made out of quality, and they just work and work and work and work and work.
Right. They were the way that they were assembled, the way that they were just a lot more precision was put into them. Versus today, it's more about how many can they get out, and they rely more on computers to make them accurate than actually being, precision made.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you got to worry about buying one of those old ones is the fact of whether or not it was taken care of, because if people ran it with like grease instead of oil and different other things, it could wear the metal out funny, which means then it's not going to be true. And then you got to get it, you got to get the table heads recut,
Calibrated.
Yeah, well, they got to actually literally resurface them. They got to recut them. And the funny thing is they're not completely smooth like you would think they are. They actually have little tiny freaking notches in them to help them slide across each other better, and to hold oil in between the two in between the two metal parts.
Mm-hmm.
The Japanese have a specific term for how they put those little gouges in the metal to hold the oil. Voltage. Where were we talking about a voltage? I'm confused.
Voltage on the machine to make it operate.
Yeah, I guess, but I mean these machines run on hydraulics, so it's more of making sure that the hydraulic pumps are, all of these machines are hydraulic. Except for the laser, obviously. The shear, the notcher, all the presses and the punches, they're all mainly hydraulic. The main issue we have with them is them leaking. We have a thing, it leaks so much. If it's leaking more than it's leaking now, call maintenance. Because none of them don't leak. There's kitty litter around every single one of those machines because they all leak just a little bit. They're like a well-loved Chevy. If it's leaking, it's still got oil in it. Let me know when it stops leaking, because then there's an issue. I don't know, but I thought that was an epic end of my week last week, was the Whitney laser completely destroying itself. Yeah, a pilot says it's called scraping. Yeah, they actually have an actual whole technique on how to do it, and they do it all by hand. I know that some countries have a pneumatic tool that does that. But I think the Japanese do it by hand, which is, I mean, geez, Japanese craftsmanship is when they're actually making precision stuff, is just out of this world. I mean, their carpentry, their metalworking, they do some amazing stuff. But anywho,
I'd say we're in an era of conversation that pilots have some extensive experience in.
maybe I don't know what it was. I don't know what pilots where pilot got, has his skill set at. I don't know what he did.
Happily retired with his Cadillac now.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what his skill set was before that.
Yeah.
You know, but the craftsmanship has always fascinated me.
He's one of those guys, based on a couple phone conversations with him,
Yeah,
that you could just sit down to over some beers and just shut up and listen for a long time and learn a hell of a lot.
yeah. I had a couple older friends like that. Well, I mean, no offense, Chris, you're kind of you know a whole hell of a lot too. I'm pretty sure you're a little older than me.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, well, see, there you go. He worked at Kenny and Trecker, Keenly and
Yep.
Trecker CNC Manufacturing. So yeah, I mean, yeah, one of these days I would love to pick up an old lathe or milling machine and just completely go through the whole thing. I had a kick on YouTube for a while, just binge watching people restoring these machines. From old drill presses, like the big dogs, not like your little shop drill press, but like the big drill presses. Drill presses, CNC lathes, CNC, well, not even the CNC ones. So just the lathes, the milling machines, all of that stuff fascinates with me. Even like the machine shop stuff for the engines, like where the deck planing, or the line boring for like the
I
cam
should
shafts and stuff.
go back and talk to the guys that bought my granddad's old farm, because he used to. He was a heavy equipment mechanic to the, like 40s, 50s, 60s, up to like, I mean, he went out in the field and fixed all of the heavy construction equipment.
Yeah.
But he basically had a full machine shop set up in his garage on the farm. He had one of those big old, I mean, he could basically do anything from a car engine up to a heavy equipment engine, a big machine lathe. I mean, you name it. This thing took up like one whole side of his garage. It was huge.
We have my resident troll has arrived. Poor girl is stuck at work. Pilot says he was a service rep for them and traveled all over the country. Sounds like an awesome.
Cool.
And he also fixed machines. That actually sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, that's just like spending a few conversations on that. And one of these days, I'm actually going to get up there with time to kill and sit down and knock a few ice houses back with him.
That would be pretty cool.
It would.
The thing is I would love to sit here and run those machines, but the problem with anymore, and even where I'm at, technically I'm considered fab shop, but all of the problem solving and the thinking is already done for you. All I have to, like, I run a freaking CNC laser, right? All I have to do is know how to find the program in the computer and line up the stupid dot at the right point on the sheet and hit the go button. You know what I mean? Granted, there is some thinking involved. I'm not going to cut it short. The average person's not running that machine. But it's not. To me, it's not challenging. You know what I mean? There's no problem solving. There's no thinking. There's no actual, like... I don't actually have to... like machine shop. You don't need a machinist, whatever, unless something's going wrong to run that machine. Every once in a while, you run a part for the first time. Yeah, you're taking some measurements to make sure that the program is scaled up to the right size and the part's not too small or too big. You know what I mean? But even the forming, using the presses and the punches, it's just repetitive. As long as you put the part in the right thing and you have it up against the backstops and you hit the button and it goes. You might have to make a few adjustments to make sure that the ram is pushing down hard enough so it makes the right angle, or that the backstop is in the right position. But when I was younger and I was still in school and I went to do the machine shop, it was the making a part out of nothing and actually having to bring it down to the right thousandths and stuff like that stuff. that stuff, that intrigued me. You know, what I do now, I enjoy, but I don't really have to use my brain all that much to do
Continue
it.
on State Route 90.
I just got to make sure I don't screw up. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'd love to actually be in an actual machine shop where you get this drawing or this part in, and you've got to create it. You know, but I don't think that people do that much anymore. I think, you
No,
know,
most everything is, and I mean it's faster, as far as the production,
yeah,
and maybe the lasers and some of the computer aided stuff they're doing is a tighter tolerance, but it's because they've taken that hands on and the ability to use a ruler and a mic to be that precise and precision the way it used to be.
yeah. Pilot,
They've taken it out of it and automated it.
right. Pilot, he says that give him a hunk of metal, he can make anything. The thing is, I can do that. I can use a non-CNC lathe and milling machine. You know, I can follow a schematic and cut a part out. You know what I mean? I can do that stuff. I also know how to use at least, I would say at least 2000 era AutoCAD. I haven't looked at AutoCAD in the last like 20 years. But I mean, at least old AutoCAD, I know how to create a part in AutoCAD and create a program for a CNC lathe or milling machine to follow. Not that I've had to use any of that skill, you know. But the thing is now you have, okay, so they've actually broken that up into two different people. You know, you have the guy that sits up in the office that creates the programs and, you know, creates the part digitally and the program to cut it. And then you have the operator down on the floor. You have the operator down on the floor that just initiates the program and cuts it. You know, you don't have that connection from start to finish. You know, you're one or the other. You know,
My dad had a couple friends when I was growing up that they could take something and just look at it.
that's what
I mean, and to me it was uncanny as a kid, but they could take apart, they could look at it, and like Paula said, they could go to their machine and they could basically duplicate it based on looking at it.
Yeah. Jess says
It
that your
was
truck
just
is
uncanny as hell.
Jess says that your truck is loud today.
Oh, it is. She's irritated because I'm not going the way that she wants me to.
Yeah, she goes, your truck is noisy today, Chris. Lots of beeps and boops.
Yeah, it's always got beeps and boops. Plus, it's a rough road, so you're getting all the creaks and cracks out of it too.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't like and I guess maybe it's part of the ADHD in me. I don't find a lot of jobs challenging, like stimulating as far as like, you know.
Well, you're hands on, but you got to be hands on to the point where something grasps your mind's attention and keeps it centered.
I can't tell you how many times
and challenge you to.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times at work I just zone out and just go do things because my brain's not needed. I just need to be there physically and to freaking lug this shit around. I mean, you know, I go. The thing is, it's a repetitive. Even no matter where I'm at, the laser would be. It's almost the least intense. It's more physically intensive, which is weird because you would think like the punches and the presses and that stuff would be more physically active. It's not. Pulling those parts off of that laser bed and shoving those full sheets around. Because, I mean, yes, we have an arm that picks them up off of the conveyor table and then brings them over top of the laser bed and sets them down. But then we have to position the sheets on the laser bed to square them up for the machine. Right? So we got to shove those full sheets around to get them lined up so that way they're square.
Which is surprising. They don't have fingers built into the table to actually center it and set it where it needs to.
Our number one, our laser was one of one. It was the prototype, for that model. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that laser should be able to do that doesn't, because it was kind of like the first off. You know, it was the test subject. And so, like, yeah, no, we have to line up the sheet on the table before it goes in.
Oh, so like, great, we got the guinea pig.
Right. Well, and it's from Germany, I think. No, we don't need a new one. They'll fix it. I mean, it fucked it up, but they'll band-aid it and put it back together. His old boss was such an ass, his GPS wouldn't even talk to him. That was from Pilot. But
That's
yeah,
funny.
so we have to line up the sheet. We have 3 tabs on the edge of the table. We have 4 tabs. We have 3 on the back, on the long side on the back, and then we have 1 tab on the front, like the head of the table. And depending on where we at, we might line them up to all 4, but most of the time we only line them up to the back 3. So as long as it's straight on the back side on the one side of the table, and then once it rolls in the machine, we have each program has a specific point to where it wants us to start the program. Most of them are like half off up against, so we'll start with the laser pointer half off of the sheet on the front side, and then up against the side of the sheet on the long side. But it might be half off, 2 in, you know, all the way on, you know, or up against. You know, it depends. Each one has a different point to where we can start it at, depending on how close the program runs to the edge of the sheet. And then we just have to hit go, and it starts cutting it. And then when it pops back out, it'll swap the table out. And when we have to obviously take what they call the skeleton, which is like when you're making cookies, it's the outer edge. That you don't need, and then you got to pick all the parts off, and depending on what it is, some of them parts can still weigh 90 to 100 pounds each, depending on, like, so like we have parts that make up the rear door frame, the back of the trailer, and they can be anywhere from a foot and a half wide to 7, 8, 9 feet long. You know, and then we make parts that are as small as, you know, the size of a I don't know, the size of like a yo-yo. You know, it all depends. You know, almost all of the parts that aren't super big are made in house. Jess says that she's been working on followers. She's got 13 new people on TikTok over the weekend, but still not 1,000. Yeah, she needs to make 1,000 followers on TikTok, so that way she can start selling her crystals and stuff live, which I have a few of them behind me. Some of them. So like she's selling stuff like this. She got all kinds of different stuff. I don't know if she has any. No, I think all that stuff's upstairs. She has these cool little like troll gremlin things holding crystals and stuff. I think those are upstairs. But if you,
I know the one she made you can't hold up on screen.
No, it is a heart with a handle, I think is what she calls them. Yeah, I think they're hearts with handles. Pilot says he's let me guess, you're bald? Pilot says he's having a good hair day. Jess, if you want to put the name of your TikToks and Instagram in the chat. I don't know if Pilot or anybody will be interested that's in here, but it's worth a shot. Could be somebody else that watches this later. I think she made her first sale. She sold one of our snakeskin sheds to somebody. I think that was her first sale off of her actual store.
Miss Stormy May, she makes jewelry.
Yeah, well, she's this. Pretty sure this stuff here, she's making into jewelry. So here's like Jess could tell you what this is. But yeah, my whole craft table behind me is all laid out for her to do her thing.
Yeah, that one.
I'm probably messing up her way she has stuff organized back here, but here's another piece. They're really pretty.
She can talk about it, but we can't hold it up on screen and show it.
Wow, she just started it, but she's at 466 followers right now. Oh, that she's actually had that one for what? This is the main TikTok is Vixie Girl, and the other one I think is Black Cat Metamart. I think if that's the name of her store, but I don't know if that's the name of her other TikTok. I forget. This one's pretty cool. This is a anatomical heart. So it's literally a heart, like a human heart. But they're all crystals. I think this is some of her. I don't know if that's ones that she's done. I think most of the stuff that she did is upstairs, which isn't down here. But yeah, we're both trying to get our alternate sources of income going. Mine being YouTube, her being her online store. But once she gets to the point where she can start going live, she should start being able to sell some stuff. I mean, we've watched some of the people that do the same thing she does, and it's crazy stupid how much people go crazy over this stuff. The hearts are silver sheen obsidian.
Okay.
Business page is under 200 still. I want to get it up on the main and send people over to the business one. Yeah. But I mean, like here's she like I said, she could probably tell you what all of these are. And I don't know if my light is doing it justice with the color that it's at. Let's see if I can change the color. Get something that's a little less blue. So, I mean...
Hey, Big E.
She's got some pretty cool stuff. And this is just the stuff she has sitting down here behind me. I mean, most of her stuff is upstairs. So these are all, like, crystal and other kind of mineral towers. She's probably not going to be able to tell you what they are fast enough while I still have them up on screen, but... There's a big bird in the chat, huh? This one's actually more of a green, like a green and purple colored. Even though it's showing up, it looks like it's gray on screen. A lot of ladies are using it as a main income. Yes. Well, I mean, the stuff is going for crazy, stupid prices, so... I think this one's Tiger Eye. Might as well be doing a live stream on my channel for her. I do not mind promoting my, obviously her. The ones down there are the ones I need to ID still. The beige and purple. The beige and purple one I think is Silky Fluorite, which I think is this one. I think. You should have to let me know, but I think that might be this one. This was, I think, maybe the Silky Fluorite. I don't know, they have weird names. I just find them pretty. She knows all of the fancy names for them. She's got her personal collections out there, but I'm not going out there to go get it. But anyway, switching gears here. Let's do some of our things here. We'll start with what's in the cup, Chris?
Coffee and water.
Coffee and water. Coffee and water. What we got out in the chat? What are you guys drinking tonight? Remember, does not need to be alcoholic. Just what are you drinking? There's been weirder names. I don't know, Jeff, what are you saying no to? The chat's a little bit further delayed than what I'm than when I say it. Jesse has nothing in the cup. It's never nothing. Chris, what does he have in the cup if he doesn't have anything in the cup?
High octane sailboat fuel.
Jesse said it would have been water. Well, you've replaced the water with airboat fuel. I wonder if the price of that has gone up.
Wouldn't surprise me, depending on what city you're in.
Right? Jess has nothing either. Jess, you better be drinking something. Pilot says, I know. Would it be an ice house? I mean, unless I'm wrong. Anyway, I don't have much of it left in my cup. But, I said what I was drinking earlier. I don't think anybody, the only person in here in the chat, I think at that point was Pilot. Miss Formy is drinking some water, and Pilot says that I was correct. Oh, the one that I held up wasn't right, she said. Okay, well. There are so many back here. I'd be holding the wrong one up forever. Anyway, 1 million points to the person that knows what I'm drinking. I'll hold it up again. 1 million points. Jess said she drank it all earlier. Jesse, it was not rum and coke. I'm not really a rum and coke person, am I, Chris? Unless it's sitting here and I
Not really.
Unless it's sitting here and I ran out of other things. It's not my first drink of choice. Rum and coke is not my first drink of choice. It's not a Guinness. I don't drink that. That's a really small glass for a Guinness. If I am drinking out of a glass like this, you're most likely either a mixed drink or a spirit. And actually, this is one of my this is actually from the Hershey Hotel. I have, I think, 6 of them from various years. Thank God they run the same cup every year. Not Coke and Kraken. Miss Formy is close. Technically, she's right. She could be more specific. It's not a standard Jack and Coke. It is Gentleman's Jack and Coke, which I need to top off. So Miss Formy gets the points.
She having a good day then.
Oh, that's 1 million points.
Won the contest and got her hair done this morning.
Oh, she got her hair did, huh?
Oh, got her hair dated.
Hey, I need to get my hair did. I was supposed to get my mohawk like a month ago. With everything going on, we haven't had a chance for me to go up and go get it. All right, Miss Formy. Here we go. Million points. Which is funny though. 1 million points does it brings her up to 3,507,029.
Pilot's like, I had that. Scroll back.
Wait, what? Where? He had Coke. Oh, Jack and Kike. All right, well, I'll give you the 1 million points too, Pilot. You both get it. Fair and square. I already gave it to Miss Formy. I'm not taking it away, but I'll give it to you too.
He's been having a rough couple weeks, so he deserves it.
Well, considering he doesn't even have 1 million points, He has 176,000. He doesn't gamble enough. Yeah, that should
Even absentee too, in light of what he's had going on personally in his life.
Well, yeah. That brought him up a little higher up in the point standings.
Which definitely continued good wishes and prayers and blessings in that regard.
I told him as such already, first thing when I first got in here today. Okay, I got it. He gets the points too. No, Biggie, you don't have 1,000,000 points. You don't even have 1,000,000 points either. Let's see, again, there's several reasons. Number one, the people that do have over 1,000,000 points either won it through one of these question thingies, or gambled their asses off, or donated to the channel. Which, Chris, you are still. Nobody has even taken a dent out of your stream loss. You are still at full health. Nobody has even tickled your spot. Oh, Big E's out of the top 10. You can't be by much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You are out of it by one spot. He is in 11th. Big E's in 11th. But the thing is Big E, if you gamble like even like 2 or 3 times, you'll be in 10th. So yeah, all you need to do, Big E, is gamble a little bit, and you'd be in the top 10. Because the guy who's in 10th hasn't been in the live stream in I don't know how long. I think Harvey Wright's been in the live stream a few times, but everybody else that's up there is a regular. The thing is you're going to gain points more than you lose points. I have seen the way that the gambling goes, and yeah, you end up gaining points more than you lose. As Pilot loses 10,000 points. But like I said, you end up winning more than you lose. I mean, just ask Kat.
Kat's at a celebration of life.
What?
Not a car show.
Oh.
She's at a celebration of life, not a car show.
I thought she said she was at a car meet. Didn't she say she was going to be at a car meet last week? Pretty sure that's what she said she was going to be at.
Yeah, she sent a thing here earlier in the group chat. She's at a celebration of life.
Big E says that he gambles so much that it puts the next word as gamble and doesn't even put a space between them anymore. Wait, how's he on a cooldown already? I didn't see him gamble before. I guess it's still from up here, 10:05. Oh, it's 10 minutes. 5 minutes. That's only got 44 seconds. Yeah, see, he won 40,000 points the last time he rolled. He does that one more time. He gets another 40,000 points, and he's past 10th place. Because he's got 46, no, 764, and 9th place has 790. So yeah, 40,000 points will get you up to the next. Well, we'll be
tier
placed. Wait. Which S would be somewhere rather than at work. I think anybody would rather be somewhere than at work. Biggie says he's just too fast and possibly too furious as well. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I've been stomping on the work button. See, 2 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, I was sitting in Philly
Yeah, and you never stop by and say
on
hello.
Thursday.
You never stop by and say hello unless it's for business. And then
Yeah, I'm never not up in that neck of the woods.
yeah, well, and then we're and then we're too busy doing the damn shit instead of freaking being able to freaking shoot the shit.
Yeah.
Because it always takes us too freaking long to do the damn thing. This shit goes wrong.
Well, to be fair, I mean, we had a real good time the last time. Right up to the point where Luca decided he was going to bring a girlfriend home with him.
Right? he almost invited himself over to your house.
Yeah, and then he said, well, if I can't take her home, then I'm going home with him. I thought, well, wait, that's okay. I have a car seat.
Yep, Big E's in the top 10 now. He's going to have to work a bit to get to 9th. If I can get this business going, hopefully I can do something more enjoyable than wiping butts. Yeah. If she can get her business going, I mean, with the amount of money that some of the people that are doing what Jess is doing, with the amount of money that they make, they can literally support themselves.
See, 2 o'clock Thursday, we're in downtown Philly. 8 o'clock last night, I was in New Holland. And when I first came in, I was rolling through Jacksonville, Florida.
Woohoo, Florida. All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna play your favorite part of the show. We need somebody to like make a sound clip for these show sections. I need to have little like cutscenes that I can make. Maybe I'll work on that someday. Anyway, let's play What's in the Truck, Chris.
Hey, we could do this.
What? What's in the truck? Cheesy 80 game show. All right, so
We'll give a hint to see who guess. You can
hold
determine
on.
the point value.
Let me announce the amount of winnings. Well, because Kat's not here, we're gonna throw another $1 million out, and if you can guess it without a clue, it's $2 million. So somebody throw some guesses out before Chris gives a clue, and see if anybody hits the $2 million.
Well, how about at least one clue?
All right, one clue, $2 million points.
One clue.
More than one clue, it's $1 million points.
One clue. First clue requires 34-degree temperature.
So it's obviously refrigerated.
Yes.
Everything you do is refrigerated. Miss Formie says, I know. Is she allowed? Should she actually know, or?
She knows.
Oh, well, see, this is not fair. Miss Formie, whoever wins can sponsor you $500,000 if they want to. Jesse says oranges.
Negative.
Jessica says that she makes decent money, but her company is shit. I agree. They're the same ones that fired me for no actual fucking reason, but yet will keep somebody that ended up having somebody have an end of life. Go figure that one out.
So lovely.
Yeah, they fired me, but the people that they just gave that they didn't fire, my client ended up possibly dying from complications from their negligence. So yeah, go figure that one out.
Nah, heads.
Jessica says dairy. Big E says produce.
Jessica just found out one ingredient of what is in the truck.
All right, Jess, you are one ingredient in. How many points is one ingredient? Is there any points to one?
I don't know, but she's even closer because she's got the main ingredient that's needed for this.
Jesse says milk.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're getting closer.
Stupid games get stupid prices. It's prizes, not prices. As he just says prizes. Jessica says yogurt.
Negative and negative.
1320 Technologies says ice cream. Welcome to the show, 1320 Technologies.
And he came in before the temperature clue. Ice cream's got to be kept at -20. Anything above that, and it's considered melting.
Yeah. Jesse says butter.
Negative.
Pilot says cottage cheese.
Another negative.
Jess says butter.
Although pilot's closest.
So it's closer to cottage cheese. So it is a dairy product close to cottage cheese. Jesse says cream cheese.
Negative.
That is a negative, Jesse. Are we still going with one clue, or are we going to give a second clue? Lovely bunch of
You
coconut
gotta worry
says,
about it.
Lovely bunch of coconut says just straight cheese.
Big E got it.
Big E's got 2 million points. Does Big E want to donate? Does Big E want to sponsor Miss Formy half of those 2 million points? You'll still get 2 million. Do you want to give a million points to Miss Formy because she already knew and couldn't participate? Jesse says he's smart. Jessica said blue cheese. Is there a specific kind of cheese or just cheese?
Oh, if you wanted to break it down that far, I mean, there's all kinds of flavors. If you want to go flavors.
Oh, there's a bunch of flavors. Big E says
I can pull one of the things out.
We have a true gambler in here. Katarina's Garage has stopped in just to gamble.
I thought I heard the sound of some loaded dice.
Right? All right, Miss Formy gets another million. Let me make sure that I have this right first and updated. So Miss Formy gets another million because she couldn't technically play, and Big E is being generous. And Big E gets 2 million. Now we can't do any big winnings now because Cat's most likely gonna win them. Oh wait, did I say that out loud? I'm teasing, Cat. Well, I would say that Big E is now firmly in the top 10. He is right behind Miss Formy in points.
Cat, I'll have you know it's only loaded if I lose the gamble.
Oh my God, Cat, you were such a great sport. Jesse's gonna be back in a bit. Miss Formy says thank you, Big E. Pilot says, whoa, I had it first, but I misspelled it. Again? Are we gonna do this again? Where is Pilot's? Pilot says he had it first. Baby formula. I mean, is baby formula misspelled as cheese? Pilot, cottage cheese. I don't see you playing that one this time, Pilot. I don't think either baby formula or cottage cheese is like cheese. Hey, Rudolph.
No cottage on this trip.
Yeah, hey Rudolph. Are you lighting the way?
Oh
my God, my eyeballs. Kat says she won't be here long. Well, glad you stopped by. Hopefully you hit that like button while you're here. Pilot says, okay, nuts. No, it's cheese, not nuts. I mean, nuts go good with cheese, but come on.
So if you want to go the flavor route, it looks like we have about 6 or 7 flavors. And this is basically it's a cheese spread you can either put on bread or crackers.
Yeah. Jess just tried gambling and she won 30,000 points.
I don't know if it could be used as a dip.
Oh.
because I've not seen the containers to know what they exactly are.
So they're cheese spreads?
I'm presuming so based on the paperwork. It was one of those lovely warehouses. You back up to the warehouse, they open the doors from the inside.
And they don't let you in?
Nope, not allowed in the warehouse. They load the trailer, they put the load locks in, they shut the doors and put a seal on it. So I have no clue what it looks like in there, but I know I got 3 stops on.
Can you imagine that, though, being a trucker not even allowed to know how your load is setted?
It sucks.
Uh-oh. Cat. There we go.
Oh!
All right, well, we're still under a caution. I want you to back out of that track and hit the pace car. Hit the pace car? Hit the pace car! What for? Because you hit every other goddamn thing out there, I want you to be perfect. Now go on, go!
And by the way, Cat,
Okay.
not a chance.
With what she said, I got one comment.
I should deduct her point.
No, I have to say she's partially correct. In the event that you're having a wet t-shirt contest, because a Fox body is going to win hands down over a raincoat anytime.
But yeah, you're not even winning that one because I don't even like Fox bodies at all. I mean, I'm not gonna hate on them, but yeah, no, I would take most other Mustangs over the Fox body. I think the only one that I would say I dislike more than the Fox body is the Mustang 2. So yeah, I think the Mustang 2. I lie. I think the Mustang 2 and the early.
Come on.
What was
just
the
saying.
one? No, what was the?
The Mustang 2 was invented for short people because their legs wouldn't stretch any further than a Shetland pony.
Yeah, but what was after the Fox body? That first that was it 94 to 98 or 99. The earlier, then they went to like the edgier, the edgier one. I would say that early the mid to late 90s,
Mid 90s.
Mustang and the oh my God, Jess sent a little black cat. That's hilarious. I don't think that's gonna come up as a thing that's gonna. Oh, yes, it did.
All right, well, we're still under a caution. I want you to back out of that track and hit the pace car. Hit the pace car? Hit the pace car! What for? Because you hit every other goddamn thing out there, I want you to be perfect. Now go on, go!
I wish I could play more of that. I love that freaking part of that movie. But anyway, thank you for the kitty cat, Jess. The spoop. Not to be confused with the derogatory racist term. For anybody who does not know, a spoop is a spooky black cat. Yeah, I like the new Edge, not the whatever, the SN95, but I would say the 94 to 98 and the Mustang 2 would probably be the two that I dislike more than the Fox body. But yeah. Anywho, to each their own. I'm not hating on somebody else's cars. But yes, thank you too for the stream boss, the super chats. Chris, I can no longer say that your stream boss has been untouched. They took a little chunk. I don't know if you can see where they're hitting at, but it looks like you're about a quarter hit. So it's a shame you can't donate to fix your. I think even if you were to donate, it would actually even take away from your stream boss.
Probably.
The SVT Cobra R, wasn't that a new Edge one though, or was that an older one? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was the edgier one. I just don't like the rounded earlier ones, especially when you don't put a wing on them. They look like a regular daily driver. You ever seen a Mustang? You ever seen the earlier the mid '90s Mustangs without any of the ground effects or the rear spoiler on them? They might as well be. They might well at least the coupe ones might as well look like a regular like highway car, like not a muscle car at all. Period. They're so plain Jane. Pilot is tired. You just need to carry a set of scissors with you, Pilot, or at least a pair of toenail clippers.
Are they the paper ones that stick together, Pilot?
The plastic.
If they are,
I know you could just.
yeah, no, I mean if they're like those paper ones, yeah. If you grab the loose tab on the inside of against your wrist and pull, it'll rip right off.
That's how we the metal the bundles of metal that we get, the ones that aren't held together with the metal banding. There's ones that we have that are plastic banded, and that's how we take them off. We grab the loose part of the plastic on the underside and pull it back towards us, and they just pop right off. Which is funny. It's like how is that holding metal? Several thousand pounds of metal if I can pull it apart with my freaking hands. Jess says crystals are great for getting rid of negativity in your life. Just chunk a hunk out of toxic shitheads, and there you go. There you go, and you can get your crystals from Jess. Get all of your toxic people get rid of hers at Jess's Black Cat Metamart. Random thoughts of a tired troll. I have a pretty wicked knife, but it's out in the other room. It looks like a raptor claw. You know, like the one that was it Hugh Jackman? Who the hell? Damn, I can't even. The dude who plays the paleontologist in Jurassic Park. The hell was his name? Grant. Whatever his actor's name was, but Grant from Jurassic Park in the beginning when he's talking to the kid about the velociraptors. Both of them you needed a race. I didn't know you needed a racing license to get a Cobra R. Her selling point. I'm not sure what Big E just said. My brain. I don't think I ever put it in.
Gambit.
Oh. That's just, I don't think I put more Jack in that, did I? Oh well. If not, then that was a double shot. Host is going to be lit. Oh, Dyna Dude. I don't think that was his real name. The hell was his name? Oh, a type of knife. I don't know. I could go get it if you give me 10 seconds. Did you just literally leave that as dead air for like the minute that I was gone?
I would never.
Anyway, that's the knife I'm talking about. Pretty cool looking knife. To me, I think it looks like a raptor claw. But anyway.
I didn't even
Oh,
realize you took off. Grab it.
what?
So I didn't even realize that you left to go grab it.
Oh, well, then yeah, that was dead air. That's the worst thing for a podcast is dead air. No people
It's never
openers
dead
on screen.
air.
That's not a
Just
people
stale
opener.
sailboat fuel.
That's not a people opener. It's a letter opener. That's what that is. It's for you. It's for opening up the freaking, the business mail that I get. Why am I drinking straight out of the Coke bottle? Demonetization. The thing is we're so far in the show that nobody's caring. Okay, so apparently it was what Big E said it was, kind of. Smokey's over there getting restless.
This is
Woo! Yeah, that's
even
now. I'm pretty
even
sure.
a game she can participate in because I don't think I've run down the stuff with her on what was in there.
In what?
The different flavors of what's back there.
Yeah, I think we're done with what's in the truck. I think we're at what's wrong with the truck. You have anything wrong with your vehicles there, Chris? Besides old Smokey you got going on back home?
Besides the expensive rate of fuel consumption.
Yeah. Where is everybody at as far as points now?
Not really.
What did that move anybody up to? I don't think that moved anybody really when they freaking, between Jess and Kat donating. I don't think it really moved anybody up any higher. Except for taking away your stream boss. Anyway, yeah, I have less wrong with the truck. I got hairs tickling my nose. The Ram 1500, the new transmission is in. It at least moves under its own power around the block. I have not been able to take it out on the street, and I still have to tie down the TV cable so that way it'll shift. It'll downshift when it's supposed to, or at least close to where it's supposed to, until I can get the bracket replaced. I fixed the hood latch, so the hood actually stays down now. But yeah, we fixed the issue. The reason why it wouldn't start. So it fires up. I got to put the exhaust back on it, the front drive shaft, and do that thing with the TV cable, and that should be operational. Ugh. Well, Trans Am's blown apart all over my garage. We already know that. What about any of you guys got any mechanical woes out there in the chat? What else this thing do? Are we talking about the CloudBot? Yeah, you can exclamation point heist. You can ask the figure 8 ball. What else can you do? I mean, chat probably knows more about what this thing can do than I do. Let's see. You can ask it your points. No, it doesn't. That doesn't work. The wife's Jeep is in the carport because it has locking. Can't read that part of the chat.
Locking gas door.
Yeah. Yeah. We almost thought that was my issue. I still need to I still need to put a lock and gas cap on the truck. That's way too much gas in that truck to trust that nobody doesn't try to siphon it. Let's see, things that you can do. You can give points to somebody else. You can ask what your own points are, what the top points are, what the top hours are. So who's watched the live stream the most?
Challenge.
Yeah, you
Dual.
yeah,
Dual.
yeah, it's dual. If you're a moderator, you can add or take away points from another person. Anybody can give points to somebody. You got the heist. If I have a poll up, you guys can vote. Let's see. If I had merch set up, you could see what merch I had available.
Buy merch.
Yeah. There's Gamble, there's exclamation point 8 ball. You have to ask a question. I'm not quite sure how that one works.
I don't know if anybody's ever used that one, have they?
I don't know. But I think you got an exclamation point 8 ball, and then you got to ask a question. In one line. You're going to end up with a cooldown. She goes, I'm a noob. You're still on cooldown for 57 seconds from your last gamble. The heist I think you can do. But I think you have to tell, the part of the heist is you have to tell them how many points
Yeah,
you're
she
going
ain't
to
putting
wager.
them out.
You got to put an amount of how much you're going to wager. Oh, we got the slots. Exclamation point slots. Then there's the duel. And if I had a loyalty store, if I had a merch store, you could use loyalty points to redeem points towards getting stuff off of the store. But I don't have that set up because fucking Streamlabs is absolutely ridiculous with their merch. Way too fucking overpriced. What? Wait.
She figured out the 8 ball.
Yeah. Oh my god. My own fucking Streamlabs just fucking roasted my ass. With Jesse's help. See, she does live up to her name. She's a freaking troll. That's hilarious. Alright, Jess, if you want to join Chris's heist, you got to type in, what is it, exclamation point join? Or, how does, I forget how to join that. Oh, heist all, okay.
I heist all too. Or whatever you wanted to wager.
Yeah, so either heist all or the amount you want to wager. But you still got to put the exclamation point heist to join. Well, that's funny. My own fucking Streamlabs 8 ball just freaking roasted me. And called me a tryhard. That's hilarious.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I try that hard, do I? Do I try hard? I mean, I'm putting a lot more effort in this year than I did the other years, but I don't know about try hard. I'm annoyed now. That's funny.
Does that make you like, what's his bucket? In the ocean with a trident?
What, fucking King Trident? Or, no,
Yeah.
Poseidon. I don't think Jess got in fast enough.
Nah, it already went.
Yep, and she can't start another one. Because
I got frosted and missed for me come back to the winner.
Right? Oh, jeez. Trying to show Jess cool things and you get killed and Miss Formy wins. It's just Mrs. Formy's
She's
day
winning
today.
everything today. I'm telling you.
It's her day today. Jess is confused. You did not join fast enough, and I think you have to wager more than 1 point. I'm not positive, but I think you have to wager more than 1 point.
This form is a bit disgusting with me, anyways.
What did you do now? Did you bring home another toy?
No, I wouldn't call it a toy.
What'd you do?
I swung through the house last Monday, Tuesday.
You went and saw a house last Monday or Tuesday, or we weren't at the house since last Monday?
No, I stopped at the house.
Okay.
It was either Monday or Tuesday. I'm way out of Oregon. When I came through, I was under the rest of a pretty severe sinus infection, not feeling good, and to the point that she basically put her foot in my butt, said we're going to the ER, which is where we went, and well, whatever bug I have, she took it off from me.
Oh.
Because she's under the weather this weekend.
I need all the help I can get. Jess just tried to do the slots, and she struck empty-handed. She lost the $50 she put in. She got a gift, skull and crossbones, and dolphin. Oh, there's a
I don't
reason
think anybody's done the slots before either.
they have. The slots I don't think are very lucky. I think more people lose the slots than they win it. That's why I think why everybody does the gamble, because it's easier to win more points that way. The gamble and the heist are the two quickest ways to win points, in my opinion. She's asked 8-Ball again, should Sean pay for my next wholesale order? I think not. Your next wholesale order would be more than I make in a week. Her last wholesale order was over $300. Now, granted, she can sell that $300 for like $700 if she can sell the stuff. So she's got to spend money to make money. You know, Chris?
Bambi, stay on the side.
Oh, yeah, we don't need any more Bambis. I had enough with frickin' Bambi.
Yeah, I already collected one with this truck. I don't need to collect another.
I'd rather not collect any.
Yeah, yours destroyed yours. Mine destroyed the Bambi.
Hey, Streamlabs finally went my way with that one. She goes, I would say no Kappa. I couldn't afford your freaking wholesale orders. She rolled a 20. Jess is not doing very good. Jess lost another 10,000 Nova points.
Last wholesale order I made for a business was almost 1,000.
She's not at that point. She's at the beginning of flipping, you know. So that was her first wholesale order. So she just dumped $300 and some into a business venture, and she has not gotten it back yet. Oh,
Neither of mine. Mine was bought for my own use and promotions.
well, Jess just said it was 240, close to 300. It might as well have been 300. Another $60. But yes, she needs to turn around and flip this order, so that way she gets some money to dump back into the business again. But she's at that point, you know, where she's trying to sell the first order, so that way she can dump that money back in to get a bigger order next time.
Yep.
So she's going to be doing that probably a good bit before she makes any money that she can keep. And I think we're both expecting that, so.
Odd concept in a way, and spend money to make money.
Well, yeah, that's basically it. I mean, geez, look at how much money I spent in the last freaking 2 years on this YouTube channel, hoping that it'll turn around and make me money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's slowly working. I mean, this last video that I just put up hit #1 in my videos pretty quickly. Whether or not it's going to stay there or not. Brad says he's working, or he would. Where are we at now? That first sniper video might freaking outperform it as soon as he gets that far into where that one took off. Yeah, I have 71 views on that video so far. And 1 comment, 2 likes. Oh, I got a comment. No, go to the comment. No, that's not it. What is the comment?
Oh, it's kicking. Started last night with almost 1,000 miles, and we got 75 left.
The comment was, why doesn't the sniper like dual intake? Why doesn't the sniper like a dual plane intake? Because it doesn't know how to register it. It's 4 ejectors that fire all at once. Well, I think the front 2 fire and the back 2 fire. But it doesn't know...
Improper vacuum signal?
Huh? Well, no,
Improper vacuum signal? Vacuum pull?
Yeah, because a carburetor works off of the pull of the vacuum through the intake, whereas an ejector system doesn't do that. It's an ejector pulse, so it's gonna fire it regardless of whether or not air is pulling through the throttle body. So you're dumping half of the fuel charge into a chamber that's not sucking air. So it's obviously not going to run right if it's only getting half of the expected fuel charge.
I'm surprised they haven't designed their own intake for that system.
They probably have.
For different engines.
They probably have, but probably not for oddball stuff like the freaking the Pontiac.
Yeah, I mean nothing old, probably everything new.
Well, no, because the sniper systems are all designed for older vehicles. It's designed for swapping vehicles from carbureted over to newer stuff. That's the whole point of it.
One of them systems might be half scary on my car.
Yeah. Jess says, should I get a Crystal Glucose Guardian? And Streamlabs told her not. They wouldn't recommended it. Yeah, Jess just lost another freaking 10 points through the slot machine. I think Jess needs my freaking my gambling hotline.
Warm weather's here. She just wants to have lunch in the treehouse.
Oh, that's hilarious. Dirty vacuum try some vacuum cleaner. That's hilarious. But yeah, I mean that makes sense to me as to why the sniper doesn't like a dual plane intake. You know, because it's got a divider all the way up to the bottom of the carburetor, so all the way up to the bottom of the throttle body. So half of the fuel charge is being dumped into a chamber that's not feeding the cylinder that it's expecting it to feed it. So it's literally going to get half the fuel. But it means he watched the video and he paid attention to that part of the video, because that was towards the end that I mentioned that. So I'll have to answer him later. Oh. You believe I still have not sold any of those "Where's Your Head At" shirts? The one with the brain with the Hemi engine in it. Nobody's bought a single one of them yet. I think I'm the only one that's bought shirts off of that website though yet so far. No, I just need a helpline for dealing with Dodo Bird's boyfriend. Come on, you can think of a better nickname, a better hurting name than that. I know you better than that. She'd be downright mean.
Not publicly printable.
I like this one isn't one of my shirts, but I have I love my shipbox shirt from It's Just a Six.
Has your website track views in the store and what people have looked at as well?
Yes.
With like any kind of analytics?
Yeah, I have an analytics for it. It's just
okay.
There hasn't been very many clicks recently because I haven't been paying to promote it. while I had the ads on Facebook and Instagram, it was getting quite a few views, but it was not cost effective, should I say? I was
Right.
dumping way more money into that I didn't have. Like I think I dumped like $60 or $70 into it by the time I stopped it, and not a single sale. So it's like, no, I'm not going to continue to pour money into it if it's not going to go anywhere. So I mean, I'm not expecting the t-shirts and all that stuff to take off until the channel gets bigger, but it's there if it does.
Right.
I mean, personally, the shirts that I have now, the current ones, are absolute. I mean, I've been wearing them since I got them. What, like 2 months ago? They've been through the wash several times. They still look brand new. And they feel amazing, and they look really good. They look like good quality shirts. So, I mean, they're the best shirts that I've had yet. She said she'd wear the one, but it would be a lie. Which one? Which one do you have that would be a lie?
She can steal my ears.
Well, yeah, but which one would it be? Because I only have 3 of them. Of the new ones. I have the truck one. I have the Trans Am with the flag. No, I have just the Trans Am with the logo, and then I have the Let's Settle This Like Adults drag racing one. Oh, she's talking about this one. But this one isn't one of mine. It's a shirt that I bought, but it's not one of my designs. She goes, her shitbox got kissed by Bambi right to the junkyard. She's not lying. That's exactly where it went. Big E, wait, we need to go back to what's wrong with the truck. Big E's got a what's wrong with the truck.
Yeah.
He says his left TPMS sensor, so that's a tire pressure sensor, doesn't work, and the truck has stopped warning me about it. Oh, that's great. It's given up trying to frickin' tell you that it's not working. When your shitbox has decided to stop reminding you that it's a shitbox. That's when you know you're in a long-term relationship with that error.
In 1.25 miles, take exit 260 CBA.
Isn't that how that works? When you're in a long-term relationship, you stop doing the small things, and it's just giving up telling it that it's there. It's assuming you already know.
Pretty much.
That's okay. Every time I randomly tell Jess that I love her, she's like, "What did you do?"
It's all over, even the honeymoon. And just accept it, right?
Just like, what did you do? Why are you saying that? Oh, Jess is going to bed. Everybody say goodnight to Jess.
Take exit 260 CBA on the right.
She doesn't get to come home until tomorrow night.
Then keep left.
She has been
Well, doesn't he hear we chum?
Yeah. She has been at work since Friday morning, and she does not get to come home from work until tomorrow night.
Ugh.
Keep left to I-4 West.
She relates to Big Bird's truck, she says. But we love you, Jess. Oh, at least I do. I don't know about everybody else. Oh, what time is it? It's only 11 o'clock.
It is almost 11. Yep.
It's not even 11 yet. Damn it. We've had some pretty good
In
discussions.
1 mile, keep right to I-4 West.
Yeah, but it's not even that great of overtime, because the only thing is she's, what is that, 16 of those hours are sleep shift. So that's a reduced rate of pay, which kind of sucks. Hey, look at that. Jess finally won one. She got 40,000.
Cool.
She lost like how many times?
She's still number one.
Oh yeah, she's way ahead. I unfairly gave her a lot of points that one day. Remember?
And it wasn't unfair.
I guess
Keep
no, she did
right
earn it,
to
didn't she?
I-4 West.
It irritated Cat though.
It was your significant home security system.
There you go. Big E says Bambi more than kissed that thing. Yeah, the Bambi throat punched it. I was so pissed. Like, and I found out why I didn't. I realized why I didn't see that deer to like the last possible fucking second. So like when you're coming head on to traffic with their lights on, you tend to look away from where the lights are, right? Kind of. I mean personally, I looked out at the white line, so that way I know that I'm still on the road, but I look away from where the headlights are. And
Continue on
Yep.
I-4.
I had an oncoming car at me. That deer must have crossed right in front of that oncoming car, but didn't make it across the front of mine. Because I looked up just in time to see the deer crossing in front of the car right before I smacked it. Smokey is... I don't know if Smokey is chasing his tail or what he's doing over there. What are you doing over there? You were...
The airbag test was successful.
Yeah. No, actually, no, it didn't even go off. Oh, no, yes, it did. My airbag went off. You're right. What are you doing? You're being a nuthead. Smokey is over there chasing his tail in his kennel. Would be a dog thing to do, wouldn't it? He is that bored.
To a degree.
He is that bored. He is chasing his own tail. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, I can. So everybody else can. That's where you want to take and tie a red laser to the tail and watch him go nuts.
Oh my god. The cats would go more
A
nuts.
little red dot.
The cats would go more nuts. So, Jess said regular play is $19.50, sleep rate is $10, overtime and overtime is
Time and a half.
Overtime is time and a half. 16 out of 40 hours of the week is sleep rate. So I am bending in 20 hours of overtime to make up for it. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, it's set off the driver's side airbag. None of the other airbags deployed. Only the driver's side wheel airbag.
Because you were sitting in the seat.
Yep. I would say hitting a solid object at 55 miles an hour would do that. Pretty sure you only need to be going 35 miles an hour to set off an airbag. Any collision at obviously any collision with an impact of 35 miles an hour. So either you into an unmoving wall or two slower moving vehicles that add up to 35 miles an hour impacting each other. Geez, Streamlabs, just spam my chat, that's all. Hey, settle.
The kids are unruly.
Yeah. And considering I took him out to go to the bathroom before I started my live, he should be fine. He did all of his business. Don't you huff at me. I'll tell you what, that dog is so well behaved for being a boxer and pit bull mix. And only being a year old. Jess has already basically got him pretty well with sit down and paw, like shake, and leave it. I mean, there are times where he's just so fixated on whatever he's doing, he doesn't listen. But for the most part, he listens. Did you try slots and you lost? I don't think I have
Yep.
seen very many people win the slots at all. I'm pretty sure that's why people don't do the slots more often. It's because I don't think anybody's really over won. Oh, my phone buzzed. I don't know if anybody was curious about the wiring harness or any of the stuff that I picked up for the car or whatnot. Or if anybody saw the video from today. See you later, Biggie.
Not the whole video. I did see a thing where you said that it's already wired for a lot of your connections you were talking about in order to do your sniper.
Well, I think I said that in the group chat. That wasn't part of today's.
Yeah, in the group chat. Yeah, it wasn't part of the video, so I thought that was kind of neat.
Yeah, because like I went through and looked at the stuff. It's already got stuff for electric fan relays. Though it said something about being set up for fuel pump, but the only thing I could find is the sending wire for the gauges. So I'll have to double check that and look again. But yeah, the only thing I saw was the sending wire, which I'm gonna cut off their freaking little end anyway. Milwaukee Church gave away $15 in free gas today. Cars backed up for blocks. Yeah, 15. What's that? 3 gallons? Not even. No, that's 3 gallons. 3 gallons of gas. That would half filled up my freaking Kia. Like the Kia Souls, that would half filled the tank. Given like a month and a half ago. A month and a half ago, that would half filled one of
the other funny part of the group chat this week was probably me confusing the hell out of Matt MPG.
Matt hasn't been in the chat. That's the wrong Matt.
The group chat.
Yeah, but it's the wrong Matt.
Well, yeah, you know
Matt
what I mean.
MPG has not been in the group chat, and I don't know how freaking long.
Okay.
That's the other Matthew or whatever his name is. He's the one that had the red Porsche that he just sold.
All right.
But yeah, with your trucker talk, I figured out the last end of that. That was pretty easy for me to figure out. The front part, I just didn't know what a chicken trucker was. But anyway, for any of you guys that don't know, a friend of ours shared a picture of a tanker truck. And
fuel tank delivery truck.
Yeah, well, I was just saying it's a tanker truck because I wasn't going to go that far into it just yet. But anyway, so I'm trying to go back to where you said what it was.
Chicken truck and motion lotion dumper.
Yeah. And you said it was a Peterbilt. It was a long.
Chicken truck's either a long nose model 379 Peterbilt or a W900L Kenworth.
Yeah.
Decked out with chicken lights, which is all the decorative lights on the air cleaner. They can be anywhere. But most of those are, you got the front and the rear of the air cleaner, the side of the cab, the side of the sleeper, and you can have colored lenses or extra lights on the back of the sleeper. Now, fully decked out, you can go Texas bumperable lights in it, the lighted sun visor across the top of the windshield, extra lights in the back of the cab, and then you'll have mud flap hangers that actually have lights in them.
All right.
And you can even have underbody or street glow style lights shining down on the tank. So it depends what they do.
All right.
But
Pilot.
that's usually a chicken truck.
Yeah. Pilot says that's less than $3 a gallon. $3 3 gallons of gas. I don't know if lining up is worth $2 2 gallons in gas.
Yeah, 2.5 if you're lucky.
Well, it was still under $5 a gallon. No, it was $5.09 here, I think, on Thursday. That's the last time I've been out of the house. Because when Jess has the car up in Wilkes-Barre, I'm kind of stuck here. Well, now that I got the truck up and going, but I still probably wouldn't take the truck anywhere unless I absolutely needed to. It ain't worth it. It's almost not worth starting that truck up. Like I said, unless I need to go to work or something. $5.19. I gotta see what it is here. I'll tell you what it is here. Give me a second.
I can attest to hard stop and shock down by Lancaster yesterday.
All right, see gas prices near me. 5.10. 5.10 for regular at the gas station across the street from my house. And if we were to go up to the sheets where I normally get gas on my way home from work, it is $5 even. So it's $5 at the sheets where I pick up gas. So it's not that bad yet. It's still bad. I mean, anything over $4 is stupid. Anything over $3 is stupid. But yeah. It looks like the average is $5 and $5.10 around here right now. Oh, we have one at $5.16. $5.05.
Yes.
Oh shit!
Stopped at a fuel stop down by Lancaster yesterday. It was 6.25 a gallon for diesel.
Oh, diesel's expensive. There's a Sunoco with $4.96. Oh shit! There's also a Sunoco with $4.20. So yeah, some of them are crazy. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, back to the wiring harness. Well, I mean, I got 2 cans of that light metallic blue. I also picked up 2 cans of gray primer today, so that because that way it'll be all even instead of because like a lot of the paint on the block is multiple different layers, and I kind of want to lock all that in and make it all one solid color. So when I put the light blue over top of it, it looks nice.
Right.
So I found some of that light blue metallic, which is not easy to come by. It took me a good bit of searching to find it. In fact, if you just look up like Pontiac blue on Summit, you can't find it. You have to literally search the specific part number for that color. Which is funny. You think that it would show all of the colors that are, whatever, but no, it didn't show it up by a specific search. I had to literally search the part number. Apparently the cat sleeps with Pilot now. Oh, because is his wife not home? But
I think she is.
oh,
That I'm not sure.
So I got the light metallic blue. I also got 3 cans of the semi-gloss chassis paint because I plan on hitting a bunch of stuff. I need to get some of that rust converter from Rust-Oleum and spray some spots on the underside of the car. But I got the 100 and something amp alternator. No, pilot, she's still in the hospital. He says.
Double the prayers in.
Yes. Let's see if I can tell you exactly. I think it was 100 amp. Might have been more than that. Give me a second. It is the... it's 150 amp. I'm pretty sure that'll do it, right, Chris?
Yeah, I would think so. Hell, you're talking big truck territory there.
Yeah, it's a 150 amp alternator. I don't think I'm going to have any issues with putting a bumping stereo in that car, plus running all that freaking EFI shit.
No.
Which was kind of the point. So I got the 150 amp alternator from Power Master. I don't know if you're familiar with that brand. But the cool thing is
I've heard of them, yeah.
The cool thing is it's not that fucking stupid shiny ass chrome. It's the natural like raw
Cast aluminum.
Yeah, cast aluminum look, so it won't look out of place underneath the hood. I think the only thing I'll have to do is mask off the pulley and the fins and paint them black, so it looks more like, I think the original ones were black. Is factory black on those? I'm not positive.
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure they were. So I might have to mask them off and spray them black. Because I don't want it to look super out of place. I mean, it's going to have the Power Master logo on the top of it. But I'm not stupid worried about that. I just don't want it to, like, stick out. So I might paint that black. I still need to paint the radiator black. And like I said, I'm going to paint the engine the Pontiac blue. Which it wasn't originally that Pontiac blue, but it was when I got it. Obviously it was more of that greeny like lighter blue originally. I'm not sure. I guess it was just
Yeah, leaning towards a turquoise almost.
Yeah, ish.
More greenish, kind of like an ocean green.
Yeah.
Greenish kind of.
But slightly more on the blue side of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that was the original paint color from looking at what was underneath of the metallic blue. But that engine is literally 3 different colors of blue. There's a darker blue, there's that greeny blue, and then there's the metallic blue. So I think that it might have originally been painted the darker blue and then painted the lighter blue. But I think those were both factory colors. So I want to say that it might have been the darker blue and then they painted it the lighter blue before they stuck it in the car. Its original car that it was in. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there was a year there where they did that for emissions, and I think it was pretty close to 75, 76 that they did that. And Jesse's back. So I have the paint to do that. I still have to go back down to Lancaster to go pick up that other fender out of the Nova. The inner fender.
Yeah.
So I can paint that as well, get that in the car. I don't know when I'm going to do that, because if we don't have the Kia, that's going to be an expensive drive to go all the way down there and back. Because I think it's an hour and 15 minutes ish to get down there and then back up. But I need to go down there and check on the cars anyway and make sure that the car covers are staying on. And then like I said, digging into that wiring harness, man, that was pretty cool. Opening that box, it's got like 10 or 15 different bags. Everything's labeled. And it's almost like, you ever seen like the Lego, like where you get the actual specific models that you can build out of Legos? You seen those, Chris?
Yeah.
Like
Now, is your book is it actually color coded in your diagrams as well,
everything's
or
in full
just
color.
numbered?
It's everything's in full color.
Colored, all right.
And
Yeah, let me make it simple for you then.
Yeah, it's got full, large, detailed pictures of what the wiring harness actually is. It's not just a wiring diagram. They got actual pictures of what the harness looks like. The connectors on the ends.
Illustrated diagram, so it's literally a plug and play operation.
Yeah,
to
it literally
get it all installed.
It has like the actual like structure of the car in a light gray, and then it has the wires overlaid over top of that of where they lay, and pictures of the actual connectors that are on the ends of the wires.
Sweet.
It's really nice. So yeah.
Does it all plug into your original harness locations, or do you still have plugs and stuff to change in the original, anywhere in the original stuff, or is this going to replace everything original completely?
It replaces everything. So, I mean, it should run exactly where the original harness ran, but it comes with all new ends, all new everything. Yeah, I think the only thing it doesn't
fuse panel as well, or is it plugged into the firewall connector?
No, it replaces the fuse panel. It replaces it with the blade style. So it gets rid of the glass style fuses.
All right. So it's a complete.
And it also has it also has a what they call a mega fuse. So it's got 2 mega fuses in between the alternator and the battery, and I think in between the starter and the battery. So it's got some pretty big hunky fuses in between those as well. Yeah, it's American Auto Wire is the company that I went with. And that was after doing a lot of different research. There was Quick Wire, American Auto Wire, and then what I always thought was freaking like the one to go to when I was growing up, which was the what is it? It's the one that's stupid heavily advertised, and now I can't think of it. The one that you see for all of like the race car applications and all of that stuff. It's not, you have to build the harness, Jesse. It technically, I guess it's plug and play, but like all the leads are long enough that if you have like aftermarket stuff, it's not exactly factory length. So they give you a lot of extra wire for each of the components, and then you cut the wire to length and put the ends on. What is it? Not Rock Auto. Painless wiring is the other one. Took me a minute to think about that. I was going to originally go with painless or just get an actual factory harness. But when I started pricing it out, the factory harness was more expensive than this American Auto Wire. In fact, actually, a used factory harness from Second Gen Graveyard was almost as expensive as this American Auto Wire harness. And he's got decent prices. I forget what his name is. You know what I'm talking about, right, Chris? Are you there? The guy from Second Gen Graveyard.
John DeLorean.
Yeah. He's got decent prices, but even his price was, I mean, you're talking about a used 40-year-old harness for almost as much as this brand new one. So, I mean, I like I said, I did a lot of research. There was no actual factory harness from Painless for this car. They had a general like general GM harness, but I still would have had to source all of my like
Connectors and
yeah, all of the ends, all of the
splicing plugs and everything.
terminations. Yeah, so all of the terminations I still would have had to come up with on my own. So all of my light sockets, all of that Pontiac specific stuff it wouldn't have had. Because American Auto Wire has a different harness for the Camaros versus the Firebirds.
Mile. Take exit 101BA on the right to State Route 417 toll.
Yeah. So I mean, it was kind of like, do I go with a painless harness that would be completely generic? I don't think I even saw anything for Quickwire when I was searching for the Firebird harness. I think they mainly deal with like completely custom cars or like pro mods and stuff like that. I don't think they deal with actual like factory upgrade harness. But yeah, I mean, like this thing even has all of the light sockets for like the actual stock taillights and all of that stuff.
Be in the right lane. Then take the exit to State Route 417
Yeah,
toll.
that's gonna make it easy for you.
Pilot was asking me what was wrong with the factory wiring. It's 40 plus years old.
Been butchered.
Been butchered.
In 1 mile, keep right to State
In
Route
fact, it
417
caused my
toll.
car to not run for 4 years while I tried to figure out where the freaking problem was, and I had to take the whole harness out of the car to find it. But yeah, I'm also hooking in a bunch of modern stuff into a classic harness that may or may not be able to handle it, and I don't feel like frying all of those new components just because I didn't want to upgrade my current harness. So, I mean, if I was keeping the carburetor and everything else like that, no, probably that harness probably would have been okay, but I had problems with it. I had gauges that weren't working. I had, or at least not working correctly. I didn't have a fuel.
Be in the right
The
lane.
fuel tank sending unit wasn't working in that car. That's why it ran out of gas. I don't think there were some other gauges in the gauge cluster that wasn't working correctly, even after I went through the full harness.
Ew.
Did you find a dead Bambi? Or a lot lizard?
I was
Continue on Central Florida Greenland
thinking
Way.
potentially worse than that. My exit being closed, but
Oh, that's not good. Maybe that's why your truck was angry at you, wanted you to take a different route because it knew that freaking exit was closed. Jesse said he almost got an American Auto Wire kit for his truck, but decided to mend the current harness. Well, I've already mended my current harness twice. And in fact, I had a whole second harness that I still have the remnants of to help replace that first harness, the pieces that were not any good. But it's still patched, mended, and even though I soldered and shrink wrapped everything, it's still a mended harness, and it's still 40 plus years old. So, I mean, this is all brand new wire, brand new connections, brand new sockets, and everything else. Everything's new. And it's got built-in stuff to run the electric fans. It has power supply for the EFI already built into the harness. Stuff like that. I mean, it's EFI ready, which I thought was pretty cool. It actually even has it has, Chris, get this. It has a kit in the kit to hook up modern dash gauges. So it has
Oh, there you
it
go.
has a full harness to hook up to, and it specifically says like digital Dakota and Holly dash gauges.
There you go.
So when I get to that point to where I want to put in those Dakota digital dashes,
You're
it
good to go already.
it
It's
has
just
the
a
harness already
plug and
there
play
waiting.
operation again.
Yeah, all I got to do is unplug the rally gauge harness and plug in that one, and it's ready to go. Jesse says he just had to redo the under hood stuff. Yeah, well, my whole harness was B-rated horror movie bad. I mean, I guess I'll show it off when I pull it out, but
It made the Mad Max movie look like a kindergarten preschool class.
let me see if I can pull up pictures of when I went over that harness. Hopefully I can find them. Is it going to be easier finding them through the raw images, or let's see if I can find them through raw images. That would have been around 2016. Nope. 17. Right, there's that car. So before or after we done that car? Had to have been around this time, because there's that. Okay, so it was definitely after that. There's that truck. Sorry guys, I'm looking through pictures trying to find the pictures when I did the harness. That was a while ago. Geez, Harley was still alive. Pulling the transmission out of the truck at that point. I want to say it was. Looking for a picture is a long task. Sometimes, yeah. It's nice to know you don't have to worry about the car going. Yeah, and that's the big thing. It's the peace of mind of knowing that unless I fuck up the wiring, I really don't have to worry about the wiring and that. Yeah, so the car started at that point, so I'd obviously already done the wiring harness. Yeah, and finding where the problem was originally was not fun either. Literally had to go through every wiring harness and test its continuity. Or every wire in the harness.
The other good part to this too is while you have it laid out, you know, if you want to reroute it, depending how long the stuff is, to try to hide any of it, you have that option as well.
And I'll probably end up re-putting in that thing I did last time where I have that separate accessory line that runs into the center console.
Yeah.
So that way I can run phone chargers and stuff inside the center console and not have to worry about it being
Out in
having
the
phones,
open.
yeah, having phone stuff out in the open. I don't know where I might have to go find that on Facebook because I'm not finding it in my Google pictures.
In 1.25 miles, keep left on Central Florida Greenway.
Of course, it's not there. Especially when you're going back like 4 years. It's a lot of fucking pictures to go through.
Be in either of the 2 left lanes.
Left lane. There we go.
Continue on Central Florida Greenway.
Let's see. Share screen, Chrome tab, Facebook. All right, so here was when I started pulling it out of the car. I mean, it was just
Spaghetti.
it's not, I don't have it under the console. I have a USB port hub inside underneath the armrest. In that glove, there's a glove compartment underneath of the armrest. And I hid it in there. Yeah, this was me trying to find where the problem was. And eventually pulled the whole harness out and the dash, looking for it. Ended up laying the whole thing out in my living room floor. Went through every single wire in the harness. Resoldered any broken wires. Shrink wrapped and retaped the whole thing. Oh yeah, and the factory freaking the aftermarket radio freaking fiasco. That's gonna be real fun to do again.
Maybe easier this time.
Oh, it probably will be. What is that? Oh, that's the welder. I'm like, what wiring is that? That was me trying to figure out the freaking little spot welder I had. But yeah, I ended up going through this whole harness. And I think one of these wires here, I think went down, that I had run down to the center console as a power wire for with the key and accessory. Though I think this time I'll run that wire so that way it's, I don't know if I'll run it with key and accessory or if I'll just give it power like the same as the cigarette lighter. To where I can have it sucking power even if the key's off. I don't know.
That'd be easier if you're just going to use it for your phone charger.
Yeah, I mean it's
So
that's
draw
all.
that much.
It
Draw that
runs.
much juice.
It runs to a cigarette lighter that's inside the center console. You know that I just use as a you know, like you can plug any
Right.
any of the
Plug any.
modern power adapter, you know, car power
Right.
adapter things into. And I had a three USB port charger stuffed in that thing, so that way I can charge 3 different USB style things at once. And again, it all stayed inside the center console, so you could just tuck all your phones or whatever you were charging inside the center console. And when it was closed, you didn't know any of that stuff was even there. So, like, if I had the car at a car show, I could still charge my phone in the center console and not have to worry about it distracting from the look of the car. I hate that. When you're going through a car show and somebody's got their freaking phone cords and shit all dangled all over the seats and shit.
Yeah.
It's annoying. I hate it.
That's like Miss Formie and all the kids keep asking her, where's your screen for your video game console? I see the game cartridge.
You mean the 8-track?
Uh-huh. It's hilarious.
But yeah, I mean, like, I went through, and that thing weighs, oh my god, that thing weighs a fucking a lot. That box,
10 pounds.
probably more than, I mean, the whole package was 40 pounds.
No, the one you just got.
Yeah, the whole package was 40 pounds, and that was for 5 cans of paint, the alternator, and this wiring. I mean, the alternator weighs a decent amount, but I think the alternator and this other package weigh almost about the same. Jesse says, what a mess. Yeah, I went through that mess with a fine-tooth freaking comb. It took me, like, and the thing is it probably would not have taken me 4 years to get that car started if that car would have been home. You got to understand, at that time, okay, so let's do a timeline here. I got the car back in 2014. That engine blew up, what, 2015-ish? When did you say you think you got that engine from me?
Closer to 16, I think.
No, because by 16 we were already in, I think we were already, because this was May of 2017. I had already had the car up in the horse farm. I can tell you when it was freaking, when it died. I should have video pictures of that. Okay, so we're talking 2014. A car was alive until we made it into Reading. Living at that point. I would say February of 2015-ish is when the car died. We replaced the engine in, I want to say June of 2015, because we had to replace the engine in the truck first. So this one is, or I had pulled the carburetor off of the car in March of 2012. Of 2015, March 12th, 2015. Might have been an old picture though. So I have old pictures mixed in here. Okay, definitely the car was sitting The car went to my friend's in March 19th of 2015. At that point, I know it had an engine knock already. The truck went down in March 21st. The green truck, when we had to replace
In
that
1.5
engine.
miles, keep left on Central Florida Greenway.
We got the new engine. See, I got the new engine wet. Back in the day of $2 Trump gas, it wasn't low because of Trump, it was just low gas. Sucks is it was when gas was low, I didn't have any of my muscle cars on the road.
Aren't you glad you ain't got to make that trip to Tennessee now with gas prices to pick that up?
Okay, so we went and got the engine July 24th of 2015. That's the day we picked up the engine. Oh my God, she was so pretty.
Continue on Central Florida Greenway.
So this is what that
originally.
Well, here I'll show it. This is what that engine looked like when I picked it up. She was gorgeous. And the sad thing is, I will show you a picture in a minute of what it looks like now. And we replaced the engine July 29th. That engine was still in the back of the car on the 30th. So the 30th, you had still not picked it up. The 7th, the engine was the Pontiac engine was in the Trans Am. I don't have any picture of you picking that other engine up, I don't think. How did we not take a picture of that? More wiring issues. And that's when we started having the wiring issues, when I went to go put that back in. So from October 2015 until sometime in 2017, or was it 18? I don't remember when that was. I would say 18. Yeah, because Luca was already born here. So for 2 years, that car was down because of electrical issues. And it's because it wasn't dirty. It's not dirty. It's rusted. And literally the paint peeled off of it. See if I can pull a picture of it today. Picture. That is a picture, but not a decent picture. Could probably pull a still. Just about this. You just use the still. it doesn't really show the frickin' rust that well. Not this one. Let's try another one. I mean, if you watched today's video, you would have seen it. How bad it was.
Alrighty.
There was a full ass freaking like squirrel nest underneath of the intake. Did you catch that when I showed that to you, big Chris?
Yeah, we had to cut that out.
I don't know if it's at the end of this or not. Yeah, there it is. Here, so I'll share this. There we go. So yeah, there's the literally the squirrel nest sitting inside underneath of the freaking intake.
In 1.5 miles, keep left on Central Florida Greenway.
The pilot says you watch too much CNN. But see how bad the valve covers were. I mean, they're just rusted to hell, and a lot of the paint was worn off of the engine, like the nice shiny metallic paint. Especially like on top of the cylinders, the cylinder heads where the exhaust valves, the exhaust ports came out, it was corroded. Literally, there was the paint was all the way down to the metal, and it was orange from rust.
I don't think they did get a prep job whenever they painted it.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna throw. I've scuffed the whole block, and I am going to throw down primer before I throw down paint. I'm not even gonna mask off where the cylinder, where the valve covers are. I'm just literally gonna paint and I don't give a shit about the overspray on those because I plan on replacing them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I just replace them, it'll just look fine. So I think my plan is to paint the underside of where the valve covers go. I mean, where the intake goes, and then throw the intake back on, and then paint the whole engine. While the intake is back on. Because then I can just paint over. I can just paint over all of the bolts and everything, and I don't have to worry about scuffing them up when I put them back in. So I'll paint the underside of the intake, and I'll paint that lifter valve, that valley pan, and then I'll throw the intake back on, and then paint the whole engine. I think that's going to be the best course to do it. And then I'll mask off things like I'm not sure if the balancer was supposed to be painted blue or if that's black. I think it's supposed to be painted blue. I might put black paint down inside the groove where the timing mark is.
Take exit 26 on the right to State Route 528 Joel West.
Yeah, Jesse, that's one of the things I was waiting for through the Summit order was that light blue metallic. So that way I could give it a fresh coat of paint. I did have those valve covers on order too, but they're part of the order that got canceled and refunded when I had that issue with Summit. So I would have to reorder those. But I'm gonna wait to do that. I might get both of those, like if I work some overtime.
Either of them to right lane.
And just buy them when I do the overtime.
To State Route 528 Joel West.
Because what sucks is, even though Summit refunded me the money, my payment plan through the loan is the same as if I were still paying for them.
In 1/4 mile, keep right to State Route 528 Joel West.
Tell your truck to shut up. It's being annoying.
Just a tad, ain't it?
Yeah, every time I try to talk. Oh,
Be in either of the two right lane.
stupid freaking thing. Anyway, so I think I think I lost what I was going to say. I was somewhere. Where was I? Repaint the engine. Yes.
Painting the grooves inside the
Oh,
balancer.
well, yeah. I'm gonna paint that little groove for the timing mark black, but I think I was already past that. The valve covers, I'm gonna get them replaced. I'm gonna probably get them when I work overtime, and just get.
And
Oh, I know what it was.
Your payments based on everything, and then you get
Yeah.
two things to cancel.
So like,
To
shut
Rod Road.
up, you stupid GPS. Can you turn
That's
her down?
Edith.
Can you turn her down? Or do you need her that loud?
No. No, actually, I can't reach her. She's cleaning up on the windshield. I get up to her, I'm going to turn. I can mute my mic where she's not squawking.
Yeah, like my payments I think are $136 a month for that loan alone, not including the loan that I got the radiator and all of that stuff on the last time I went and got a splurge from Summit. But they took the refund off of my last couple of payments. So like my last payment and a half, that's where they put the reimbursement. So my payments are still like I'm paying the full loan every month, so I don't have a reduced rate per month. I just have like a month or two less to my payment schedule.
Take exit.
So it sucks because I can't even like go and get the loan again for the power steering pump and the valve covers and just get them now, because then I'm paying even more a month. I mean, I'm looking at already like $200 and some a month in credit payments just for car parts. And because I needed content for the channel. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not going to enjoy this car when it's done, but I probably would have did it differently if I wasn't trying to get the content out there for the channel and get these videos out and try to grow the channel. Because I mean, that's the end of the day. That is the goal, is to grow the channel and to be able to get the channel bigger to where it is more cost effective to make content for the channel. You know, that's why I'm not completely doing the Trans Am now, because I want to make the Trans Am a driver so we have something to take it out to car shows, to enjoy stuff with you guys out in, you know, out there. And that's why I want to get the Trans Am up and running and driving. That's great. And then bring the Nova in and do the Nova, because the Nova is going to be cheaper to restore than the Trans Am is. Then once I have the Nova done, we can go back and completely restore the Trans Am. When the Trans Am is, when hopefully the YouTube channel is bringing back more revenue than it is now. I mean, that's the goal. Oh, so I don't know. We'll see where shit goes. I mean, I'm committed now. Started a whole web page and merch line that I end up having to pay more out front than I was before. Fucking almost $4,000 into this Trans Am parts that I've got going on now. You know, I'm not making $4,000 in a year off of YouTube. No way, not now. So I'm kind of hoping that the YouTube channel takes off more than it is, because I've got way more invested in it than I'm getting out of it at the currently. I mean, and that's not even including things for editing the channel, like this computer sitting over here that I paid for like 2 years ago, and things like that. So like, you know, making YouTube videos is great and all, but yeah, a loan for car parts. Think of it as a business expense. Yeah, it's car parts, but it's a business investment. You know, I can't make content if I don't have parts, and parts cost money. You got to think, like I said, $4,000 in car parts in the last 2 years, just for this one project. I have $2,000 in parts alone this year. I mean, you know, I don't have $2,000 just laying around. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't have gotten it out in a loan. Though it probably would have been smart to get it a loan anyway. It helped me build credit. Because yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Getting these car parts have been great for my fucking credit. As almost everything else that I've ever bought has been bought outright. So getting these loans out for these car parts has really done my credit some good. I'm pushing almost 700 credit score because of making these car payments, these car part payments. And having that line of credit out there for them. But yeah, no, it's a business expense. I mean, I can literally write these car parts off in my taxes as a business expense. To any, you know, as a business point of view, this is materials to make my videos. It is things that I buy to make the videos, and that's what it is. Which is cool because I can write them off as a tax credit. As long as I keep my receipts and all of that shit. Which I also kind of need because taxes aren't taken out of YouTube. You have to offset your profits. And if I can offset my profits enough to where I put out more than I take in, which I do, then my YouTube channel does not become a tax liability. And I don't have to worry about, you know, having to pay in for taxes when I'm not actually making any money. So, I mean, yeah, I'm making money, but I'm putting out more money than I'm making. So, it looks like I have money coming in, but when there's more money going out than there is coming in, that's if I get paid. Like this month, without the super chats and stuff, I'm not looking at making over the minimum for YouTube to pay out. YouTube pays out if you make more than $100 in a month. And I wasn't looking at making $100 this month because the gas prices, well, gas prices aren't the only thing that's making things suffer. These prices and stuff are affecting how businesses spend their money as well. And they're not spending as much for ads, which means I don't make as much. Because the way YouTube works is companies bid for the ad space in my videos. And the more bidders I have, the more money I get out of each video. So when there's not as many bidders, or the bidders are not willing to pay as much, then I don't make as much. And we run into that problem. Like right before Christmas, YouTube is great Because you got all of them people out there freaking putting out advertisements to get trying to get people's you know, Christmas bonuses and income tax checks and all of that to get people to spend money. But as soon as summer hits and fall, YouTube plummets because advertisers are not willing to spend as much. And I'm feeling it. This is the time of year that my YouTube channel tends to suffer. Because my bigger videos are not making as much money. I retired not quite a millionaire, but close, and I can still feel. I still feel broke, and I'm not at all. I just feel that way. Yeah, I can. You can imagine how I feel, man. I be honest, I don't make more than $400 a week take home. But granted, part of that's due to child support, but yeah. It's why I don't watch TV news on TV anymore. I haven't done it for my own personal emotional state of mind for a long time, because honestly, the shit you see on TV is what freaking different political parties want you to see, because political parties control the news networks. And honestly, a lot of it is controlling mass media. You know, they show you what they want you to see to control what you do. I can conspiracy theory all day, but it's manipulation, and that's the way people do it. You know, social media, TV, it's all the same thing. You know, it's used to control a population. It's not used to inform a population, because a lot of the time, the news you find on TV is more fake news than the fucking Facebook freaking fake news bullshit. So, it depends on what channel. You can watch Channel 6, Channel Fox, CNN, and every single one will have a different spin on the same story, depending on who pays their bills. So depending on which news station you watch really depends on, I mean, you can watch. Republicans will watch one news station, Democrats will watch another news station, and both will have different points of view. Yep, stay scared. You know, if you're more worried about this drama or that drama, you're not paying attention to what we're doing over here in the left side. And that's just the way they like you. You know, they'd rather keep you distracted and scared than what is that term? Than woke. You know, and even the woke crowd isn't actually woke. You know, there's so much bullshit going on, and controlling of media to manipulate how you think and how you feel. And there's too many people out there that act like sheep and just follow the herd right into it. Chris knows all about that. Not the sheep.
Blind leading the blind.
Yep. Well, it's not the blind leading the blind. It's the opposite. It is not blind leading the blind. The blind are the ones being leaded, whatever the word is I'm looking for. But the people in control of where they're going know exactly where they're going, guiding them right into the fucking meat grinder.
They only think they do, in my opinion.
No, I'm pretty sure that the people that are causing certain things to happen know exactly what they're causing and why they're causing it.
In that regard, yeah, maybe.
It's putting money in their pocket. It's making them more powerful, more rich, whatever it is that they're looking for. You know, but it's a lot bigger than one person. It's not just Joe Biden. It's not just Obama. It's not just Vladimir
Now
Putin. It is, and it's not even just United States. This is global powers at work
yeah.
manipulating multiple countries and multiple countries' peoples. You know, it is a global power and a global network of power that is in control of a lot of the shit that's going on. And it's a lot bigger than anyone, me, you, I, or anyone else probably hasn't even. We can grasp at what possibly is going on, but I'm pretty sure it's a lot bigger than what any of us can think of either. It's out of the scale of what we're dealing with. You know, so
Definitely out of our control.
well, it's definitely out of our control. But I think that even if some of us have a grasp of some of the stuff that's happening, I don't think that anyone has a grasp of all of what's going on. You know, that whole, I don't want to say Illuminati, because I don't think that's the right direction, but similar. You know, it is a global source of power that is manipulating many different places. It has their fingers in everything. Yeah, pretty much. Ray for me and FU, yeah, basically. Yeah, and it is the big and powerful using the small and weak as pawns. You know, you're not actually, nobody's ever actually, and the thing is even us Americans, we consider ourselves free, but how free are you when everything that you need is controlled by your government?
Pretty much.
All they need to do is do, one or two things, and you don't have anything, or you can't afford the things that you need. So you're not technically free. You're a slave to your government, period. Just like most of us are a slave to our jobs, to our banks, to whatever. We are dependent on something else to keep ourselves afloat. And I don't consider anybody ever free if they are dependent on somebody else. If you were in debt to any one person, thing, or place, you don't own yourself. And the way society works, they all want us in debt. That's why they have the whole credit system.
Yeah. Look at the great American dream. Buy a house, own property. You never own it.
No, your bank owns it. You just pay the bank.
Not even that.
Well, yeah,
Don't
because
pay
you
your
have to
property
pay.
taxes once, you pay a tax for the privilege of your name being on something that you're supposed to have on paperwork, but if you don't pay your taxes, the government comes taking, the bank ain't got nothing to do with it.
Jesse, do you own the property that you live on? My gun is right on my computer desk. You guess if it's loaded. Yeah, that gun's on your. But the thing is one snap of a freaking, of a political move, and now guns are illegal, even if you own it. Jesse says he owns his property. Do you pay taxes on that property? He pays $62 a year for his taxes, for his property tax.
For the privilege of the courthouse to say his name's on that property.
And he lives off the grid. But see, he also lives out in Arizona. It's a little different than living out here in the more populated areas.
Yeah, same difference. If he doesn't pay that $62 a year, pretty soon they're going to come say, "Hey, we're taking it."
Probably. I don't know. I hate when freaking conversation gets dark like this, but
Yeah, the taxation system in this country is ridiculous.
and it wasn't supposed to be.
Exactly.
I mean, it says it right in the Constitution and shit that it wasn't supposed to be taxed. He says it's easy to get $62. Yeah, it's less than a tank of fuel in my freaking Kia at this moment.
Yeah.
I put more in my Kia Soul in a week than you do in taxes for a year. He says he pays so much more in sales tax. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's a fact.
How many people we got in here now? Is it just us? It is just
Hey.
us.
You pay taxes on the money that you make. You pay taxes on the money that you made that you spend in order to spend it.
Oh, you get taxed every freaking way but Sunday. %6 here, Jesse.
Go to Nevada. You can literally say that you fucked your money away.
Oh, I don't know. Hopefully we have a much more positive note next week. I don't see it being so, but who knows? What was some of the stuff that I sent over the chat this week? I know there was something that I wanted to bring out this live stream. Went over that. Oh, did we? We never. Yeah. Speaking of all of that bullshit, how about Killdozer? That was anniversary was what? That was this week, wasn't it? The anniversary of Killdozer.
Yeah, I believe so. I run into there's a documentary movie out about that
Yeah, but how accurate is
called Tread.
Yeah, how accurate is it though? Again, yeah, all of that is.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You gotta think about it. All of that depends on what biased is writing it. You know.
Yeah, who told the story?
Right, because it depends on what side.
Probably the truest story I would see would be the one that they did. God, I can't remember who did it. I watched it last year about this time. They did. There's a YouTube video that's 2 hours long. An interview with the guy himself.
Yeah, you had the. Well, the guy died. The guy died in the that thing. Day. He died in the tank.
There's an interview, like a 2-hour interview where they actually interviewed the guy leading up to this event about all that. You know what happened. You know how his property was this and that, and the issues that he had. His property
was encroached by the concrete company around him. That was in cahoots with the local government, and they were trying to push him out, and he didn't want to leave, and then they made it to the point to where he couldn't do anything on his property that he needed to, and then, you know, when he tried to get out, they basically wanted him to give up his property for free, and he said, "Fuck this shit."
Yep.
And so he fucked their properties on his way out the door. You know, I mean, yeah, you push the little man around, eventually little man's gonna find a fucking way.
Push back. He pushed back.
Regardless of whether he was crazy or whatever other people freaking said, again, he didn't deserve to be handled like that just because somebody else had power and he didn't. You know, he's
and they got out lucky because he got stuck.
Yeah, that is what ended up doing him in. Is his treads went
out the track in the basement.
Yep. High-sided the underside of the dozer.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's still. No, he did. Not a single person died in any of that. They were all like, but he ran into the freaking library that had kids in it not long before that. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that from what it seemed like, he was hitting things in a specific order and at a specific time that he knew that he probably wasn't going to end up. I don't think he was trying to hurt any people.
No, he was just going after the structures of the people that did him wrong.
Yeah. We have a Brad popping in
at
the last minute.
Hey, it lives.
Well, it's a Saturday. I was expecting him to be freaking busy.
Oh yeah,
Billy
we're
goes
clear
back
up near Buffalo, New York, and driving back to
again, or
Franklinville.
still?
No, this show we're literally like 10 minutes from Buffalo.
Pilot was supposed to get a haircut today at 9 a.m. Had to get up in the
We're at
middle of the night.
Tonawanda, Batavia.
It's like St. Mary's on the Lake,
Okay.
Hamburg area.
Yep. Used to be a hell of a nice truck stop there. Had a bowling alley in it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's still there anymore. I think they tore it down.
Jesse goes, that's good, but that's the main thing is he was at risk of hurting someone in the process. Yes and no. I mean, the thing is people didn't agree with what he was doing because I mean, like, you can bat for both sides of that fence. You can. But at what point and how far into a corner do you push somebody before they lash back? Where Brad, I don't know if you know what we're talking about. We're talking about the guy who built the bulldozer and
Killdozer.
yeah, even though
Oh yeah.
he's like he could have easily ran over a kid. I'm pretty sure he was. I mean, if you watched him that day, he knew how to drive the thing that he was driving, and if you look at where he was at, he was not running any people over.
No, he was going after the people that basically did him wrong.
Well, not even the people,
cutting off his water and all that.
Just his building,
to a shop.
Buildings.
And it's a small town.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't a major area.
Yeah, you had to. You can't see what you're driving through a building, but you got to understand the buildings he was hitting. And at the times that he was hitting them.
They were closed.
Yeah.
Essentially.
So, he picked a particular point in time to do this. It wasn't just like a spur of the moment random thing. It was planned. He knew when and how he was going to hit things. Yeah, like I said, he literally he was making beelines from one point to the next. So he had a plan of where he was going and when he was doing it.
Was it in Utah or Colorado?
It was somewhere. I don't even remember. It was a really dry area because I can remember, like,
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of greenery around, and it was definitely a drier area. Jesse, it's depending on what story you read. There was a really good YouTube expose on it. That went and
Like I said,
followed all of the places.
The interview they did with him, I mean, there's like a 2 hour or better than 2 hour thing out.
Well, that and there was somebody that went back through over the whole story and went to the places that he hit and explained a lot of the backstory of what led up to it. And it was, I wouldn't say an unbiased point of view, but more of a factual point of view of the actual facts of what led up to it instead of, he said, she said kind of thing. More of a factual timeline of events. But yeah, I mean, the gist of it is concrete company basically moved in next to his property, bought up all the property around him, wanted to buy his property. He didn't want to give it up. And because it's his, it probably took him a lot to get that property. And when you fight for what or sacrifice a lot to get where you're at, and somebody just comes in and says, nope, boink, I want it. I mean, that'd be like somebody coming in and saying they want my fucking garage. Fuck no. I sacrificed a lot to get to the point to where I'm at now. You can't have it now. you know, and so yeah, he fought back the only way that he knew how. And when you try to do shit the legal way and the right way, and you get basically shat on, you know. Yeah, kind of the same thing. Jesse says that he had a dream like that. A big company moved in and the next door and bought everything. But yeah, I mean, when you're trying to fight shit the right way, and people are using their money and power in an unjust way to fight you, you know, you're gonna realize that you can't win that fight by playing that way, and so you end up having to fight in a different way, and that's what he chose to do. It may not have been legal or whatever, but he let them know that he wasn't, you know, that he wasn't going to go down without a fight. Yeah, except for they're fighting dirty in a way that you can't fight. You know, it's that's just the way things are when you're trying to fight somebody that's got more money and has their hands in some other people's pockets. You know, when you've got people on the inside that are the ones of a governing body, it makes it really hard to fight that. Well, he didn't. His pride didn't let him leave. Apparently, and apparently he didn't have much to leave for. He didn't have much at that point if he were to leave. I'm pretty sure everything he had was wrapped up into that business. He didn't have the ability to walk away. The problem is he tried to sell it at that point and he couldn't sell it. If I remember correctly. Do you remember, Chris?
Pennies on the dollar undervalue what it was actually worth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think originally the concrete company offered him a decent amount. Probably not what the value of the property was worth to him, but at the end, they weren't giving him much of anything, and they turned off all his water and everything else, and like I said, Jesse, you gotta watch as many of the different documentaries as you can and come to your own conclusion. You know, that's the best I can say with anything like that is, you know, do your research, come to your own conclusion, because people can tell you whatever they want. You know, got to use your own heads. But yeah, I'm sorry, Brad, that you came in.
Interesting story for sure.
It is a pretty interesting story. You know, unfortunately, you know, it's not. We see it a lot in America, though. You know, what was that? That guy that was up in, is it Montana?
Yeah, you had the ranch in Montana.
Yeah, the guy that got shot
That's
supposedly running from the police.
Mm-hmm.
Where there was like freaking 10 or 15 people against him, and he apparently shot at the police, so they all shot him. And they did a whole lot of forensic video and evidence on that shit too. Because I was following that for a while. You know, I was following the people that were, you know, his friends and family that were protesting that he was shot unjustly because he didn't step in line with what the local government or local people wanted him to do.
Yeah, over cattle.
Yeah, just stupid shit. You know,
And did that deal years ago with there in Waco,
yeah,
where the FBI now went in and they ended up the whole complex caught fire and burned down.
yeah. It wasn't that over some kind of mineral that was on that land that they wanted. I think that
Yeah,
was
something.
it. Was
You're trying to say it was a religious cult or something, and
it turned out that there
people
was
in
a bunch.
prison and they just
It turned out there was a bunch of specific mineral or something that was underneath of that property. But yeah, there's a lot of things that happened where, news media and everyone else will spin it around so that way the people at supposedly at fault look like the bad guy because, the true intentions don't want to be shown. But, it is what it is. I'm sorry, Brad, that you ended up popping in as you did, but I was ready to pop off.
Well, I got a story right before you take off.
All right, go ahead.
That actually happened today.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm running the swings for this company.
Is that is that like a merry-go-round but with all swings?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that
probably 5-10 feet from my fence, some dude got stabbed in the back of the head.
like actual stab?
Oh,
Yeah, actually stabbed in the back of the head
Over what?
today.
Over what?
No clue. I looked over, saw the dude get stabbed, 2 kids take off running, and a big mob right behind him after him.
Shit.
makes you glad you was inside the fence.
Oh, yeah.
That's just... And this is supposed to be at a fair.
Yeah, little carnival thing.
That's just ridiculous.
So what
I
happened
got
to him?
six rides set up.
See, and the thing is, guess what? Gun control laws wouldn't have stopped that.
Nope. They wouldn't have.
That's the thing.
What's ironic is all that stuff they scream about. You take all these quote unquote mass shootings, as they call them,
Did you see that thing?
Just about every one of them already had a gun law in place that was a gun-free zone.
Yeah.
Those that should have had something that could have protected people weren't allowed to carry to protect people.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a perfect meme today. A gun in hand is a hell of a lot better than a whole police force on the telephone.
Yeah. There was something else that I was looking at. It was a thing for gun control. Gun control is all about power. You have one guy barge in, tells everybody has a gun, tells everybody to get on the floor. With nobody having guns, well, everybody gets on the floor. The guy with the gun wins. The guy walks into a bank and tells everybody to get on the floor, and there's 50 guns pointing back at him. Well, then he's not walking away with the money out of the bank.
Yep.
It's a matter of who has the power in the situation. If everybody's packing, well, then the bad guys aren't going to win. If all the good guys are packing, then the bad guys aren't going to win. But if the bad guy's the only one that's packing, well, then it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, I saw the perfect cartoon analogy. Wolf comes into a pasture of sheep. One of the sheep gets bit. The sheep realize, well, he had teeth. So if we take our teeth out, then nobody will get hurt when they get bit again. So they take all their teeth out and leave them with the farmer. Now they're running around, they can't eat the grass because they ain't got no teeth. But guess what? The wolf comes back and the wolf still has teeth.
Yep, exactly. But the only people that protect gun laws, the only people that listen to gun laws are the people that aren't going to be the ones using the guns illegally anyway.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The bad guys that are going to use things that an intent are already at the point where they're not going to freaking give a shit about the laws in place to begin with. They're still going to end up doing what they want to do regardless. They'll find a way, whether it's with illegally obtained guns or some other form of weapon or some other source. They're going to use means that aren't legal to get done what they want to get done anyway, because what they want to get done isn't legal to begin with.
You got these 3D printers. They'll just 3D print a gun. It don't matter.
Yeah.
They'll find a way.
Yeah, but the thing is if you also dive deeper into these freaking shootings, look at who the shooters were and look at what they were packing and how much that stuff costs. And you tell me how they were affording this stuff to begin with.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Where was I seeing that at today? That the guy who was in Texas, he had minimum wage part-time job at McDonald's, but yet he
The
afforded.
posting I made on Facebook.
Yeah, it was you, and
Yep.
fucking the shit that he had on him was worth like 40 to 80 fucking grand. How are you? I can't even afford anything. I mean, that's my whole fucking house. How is somebody that works at McDonald's affording that shit?
Yeah, it's like me.
Yeah, but the gun,
grossed
the ammo, the sights.
almost 50 grand in the last 2.5 months since I went back to work.
And the thing is, if you dig into the other shootings as well, it's the same freaking pattern. Pilot. We're not here to gang up on anybody, Pilot. People are allowed to have their opinions and allowed to, regardless of whether we agree with them or not. I don't want to sit here and ostracize anyone just because they may not agree with my point of view or I might not agree with theirs. He's against voting. The point is,
at times it doesn't seem like it makes any difference.
Yeah, the point is a lot of these shootings, they don't seem like the shooter themselves could have facilitated the act on their own. So at what point do not to mention the skill set involved. I mean,
it doesn't take a rocket scientist to pull trigger.
Well, but it does to know how to freaking doesn't take a rocket scientist to put a trigger, but it does take it does take someone a little bit of know-how to know how to freaking handle something like that.
Depends if it's set up for them. I mean, you set one up with a laser sight, you put the dot on where you put the dots where it's going to hit.
Right, but again, that's still that same point of view. Who set it up for them?
You throw. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you throw the clip in it, you rack the bolt, and it's ready to go. Yeah. You pull the trigger till it stops, put another one in.
Right, but like I said, it's like who funded it, who set it up for?
Yeah, exactly.
Who taught him how to do it? Was this person a gun nut to begin with, or was this something recent?
And I laugh when they say, "Oh, we got a background check." Okay, hello, people. For the last 25 years or better, everybody's got to go through a background check to buy a gun. I don't care if it's a handgun or a long gun, especially in Pennsylvania, because they call into the state. You got a form you fill out. You got a federal form you fill out. You answer questions, and then they call in and they got to get a release number to even sell you the weapon. It doesn't matter whether it's a handgun or a long gun.
Yep.
Shotgun, or even a common 22. So it's not like you walk into a gun shop and just buy something off the shelf and walk out with it. It doesn't work that way anywhere in the country.
There's a whole process, but still.
It's crazy.
Something's still fishy.
Most gun shows you go to are the same way. Most of the people at gun shows are dealers, and they're set up with laptops and everything else where they still got to do the same thing there. Now, your private owner to owner is about the only way you're going to do something like that. But there ain't a whole lot of people that know another person that has a whole, well, hey, I got a whole garage full of guns. Come buy what you want.
And Jesse, it's not that I don't disagree with you. Yeah, this country is becoming more and more sick and has less morals. I do agree with that. But still, I don't know.
He's right there. People are losing morals because they've lost touch with family and, what religious faction, which goes right back into family morals and upbringing.
Yeah, but there's also
There's a whole lot. There's my generation. You did something wrong, you got cracked on your ass.
Yeah,
There's a whole lot more of that going on,
I definitely
and
had that
they've
treatment.
got real lax.
I definitely
If
had that treatment. I freaking stepped out of line. I got cracked right back in line.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
and they've gotten away from that. They've gotten away from discipline in school. I mean, that's the biggest problem. There's no discipline. And then you got all these video games that people play now. That, oh, hey, I shot my buddy in the head. No big deal. He got right back up and lived again. Well, okay, granted, they claim all this violence in movies and TV shows and this and that, but you got the same type of thing in video games that people play, and
Hey,
they're
Chris,
building babysitters.
Chris, I have played many a video game. It has not made me want to go out and shoot somebody.
Exactly.
So we can't play video
That's
games.
it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm
that's
not blaming them. I'm just saying it's this whole this whole media generation garbage that they try to spill down your throat, that it's the games and the movies and this and that, and it's bringing up violent. Okay, it ain't nothing to do with violent behavior. It's a lack of discipline and a lack of parental thing. And then they've pretty much got away from the people that have mental issues of whatever case it is, where they need help and people aren't recognizing signs, or they've done away with programs where people used to get help. They're kind of swept under the carpet and forgot about it. It seems like a lot in society now.
The mental health in the United States is absolutely ridiculous. You got to remember, it's what
Yeah,
I've done. It's what I did for the last 12 years.
Yeah, you've seen it firsthand.
So the thing is I lost a good friend because the mental health system failed his son. So I have a friend that, in fact, actually the memorial of his death was just not long ago. His son was in the state hospital. He was actually an RN at said hospital. His friend his son did everything he was supposed to do and crossed all his T's, dotted his I's while he was in the state hospital. He got out, ended up relapsing, and when his father tried to get him back into the system because his son relapsed and ended up having issues again, he could not get his son back in the system. The certain hospitals kept turning him away. And the one time on the way back home, after a hospital turned them away, when he made it home, his son ended up stabbing him to death. So now his son has a murder charge on him, and the dad is dead, and that whole family lost, that family member, all because the son couldn't get the help that he needed.
Lost both of them.
Yep. And and the thing is the dad's an RN. He knows when his son was having issues, and knew that he needed help, and tried to get him help, and was turned away, and it cost him his life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a true story. That guy is still on my friends list on Facebook, and every year, one of us ends up making a post, and and like I said, that just happened. I didn't make the post this year, but I commented on the post that was made. But yeah, no, and that shit happens. You get turned away, when you need help. Can't say that I don't have people in my life that probably should have gotten help and been whatever, and didn't end up getting that help. Yeah,
At times your hands are tied. You just want to beat your head in the.
We can go with my ex. My ex at one point went into the was having issues and tried to get her help, and she ended up getting outpatient help instead of the inpatient help that she actually needed. And then my insurance, in the middle of her outpatient help, decided to stop, didn't authorize the freaking help anymore. Halfway through the program, she was supposed to go down and like 3 times a week was joining this group of something or other, and I had literally gotten a FAMLA to be able to take her to that group every day. So I would get out of work, take her down to that group, and whatever. And then like 2 weeks into the program, my insurance decides, well, we're not covering this anymore. And I worked for a state hospital. My insurance was through a state hospital, and my insurance stopped my, because she was under my insurance, stopped her coverage of mental health treatment. It's just ridiculous. If you have a mental illness in the United States, you might as well, it's ridiculous trying to get help for it.
Cracks you up. Everybody, all these so-called leaders got all these ideas and so-called band-aid fixes, and that's all it is. They're not going after the real root of the problem.
That's because everybody is reactive instead of proactive.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at all the hospitals in areas like that they've shut down.
Well, and there's reasons for that too. Okay, so if you know the history of state hospitals, right? The lady that came up with state hospitals, okay, I don't remember her name, but the concept of her state hospitals and how she pitched them, they were supposed to be self-sufficient. They were not supposed to be a burden on the society that they were in. So they weren't supposed to cost the state. They weren't supposed to cost the community. They were supposed to be self-sufficiently ran. So, like, even the state hospital that I worked at one point had its own farm, its own cattle, its own everything. It was self-sufficient. The people that lived there, the clients that lived there, helped.
Work the farm.
Well, yeah, they worked the farm. They did all of the stuff. They helped. You know what I mean? So it did not cost much to run that state hospital. Okay, fast forward, you end up with the whole act of you need to pay these the clients that are working there now. So any client that is doing any sort of job needs to get paid now. This was from advocacy groups, that it was unfair to have these people working without paying them. Well, most of them weren't paying to stay there either. It's not like, whatever, they didn't have money to pay to stay there. But again, the same thing is like, that was the whole point. So now state hospitals started having to be funded by the government. So your local, your tax dollars and money were now being fed into providing these state hospitals with food and all of the stuff that they need to run. So now hospitals are now costing the state money. Well, like anything else that ends up costing the state money, they start cutting budgets. And that's where we started losing state hospitals. Because the first place they're going to cut is places that don't affect the majority of the community. So they started privatizing or outsourcing these issues out to private organizations like group homes and things like that. Well, you end up with what happens in California. California got rid of all of their state hospitals. Needless to say, less than 4 years later, they started opening state hospitals again. And they're doing the same thing in Pennsylvania. We're down to very few state hospitals in Pennsylvania. In fact, I think they just closed.
There's still one in Warren.
Huh? There's one in Danville. There's one in Warnersville. One in Danville. They just closed the. What is it? Something Haven. It's up by Pocono.
Lock Haven. No.
No, I forget what it is. But it was an intellectually disabled state hospital. I mean,
Yep.
in the last 10 years, they closed Harrisburg, they closed Allentown, they closed part of the one out by Philly. They've threatened to close Warnersville several times, and they closed the one that's up by Pocono. So I
Yeah,
mean,
there's one in Warren, PA.
I'm not sure where Warren, PA is. I'm
Up
sure.
by me.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to leave one in each corner of the state.
Yeah.
Warnersville will probably be the last one in this corner of the state. Because it's the only one really left besides Danville. And I think Danville's older. So they'll probably close that one. I am pleading the fifth with using a knife to cut zip ties. I literally cut a zip tie with anything sharp that I can find. Sometimes not even sharp. I use a lighter sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, I do a lot more dangerous things with knives than cut zip ties.
So most of the people in the hospitals, when they close, are just cut loose into society or sent back to
No.
their family.
No, they're not. They're
Are they
farmed.
moved?
They're farmed out to group homes and other types of
If there's a place for them.
They tend to place everybody. If they don't get moved to another state hospital, they tend to get placed out into a private company. They especially since most of these people are court ordered to be in places like this. In fact, anybody in a state hospital today is court ordered to be there. So they can't just let them loose. So, yeah. But anyway. All right. So we will catch you guys next week. Hopefully we have more positive conversations than this. Not that I don't enjoy having conversations that, like this, but I tend to enjoy the more positive conversations. But it is what it is. Are you trying to hide your snacks out of the field of view?
No.
I can tell you have at least Cheetos there. And I'm pretty sure that look like Chips Ahoy cookies. I can't see what one is. Chocolate wafers.
Wafers.
Chocolate wafers.
And then peanut butter mini pretzels.
Okay. And then that's Cheetos up there in the corner.
Yeah, I bought those last night and I still haven't opened them.
I'm more of I like the smaller crunchy ones. Over there. Yeah, those ones.
Crunchy.
Yeah, if it's a cheese curl, there is only one cheese curl that I buy. Only one cheese curl. I have not liked any other cheese curl since having these, and that is Jack's cheese curls. No other cheese curl compares to a Jack's cheese curl.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh. And the spot we're set up at? Oh, yeah. First day taking stuff in, we took our slide in. Our little slide. It sank to the axles.
All muddy.
That's how saturated the ground is.
Oh, fuck that. How is that even safe?
It's not. But
fuck it.
The boss's wife said we're playing it, so we set up.
Nice.
It's stuck.
I'm just hoping it does not rain tomorrow or tonight.
So you guys can get the
and
shit
it
back
dries
out.
up a little bit so we can get them out.
Whatever. Gotta love when people decide to take money over safety.
Yeah, it's to the point I have my muck boots and I'm sinking a good, probably halfway up to my shit, halfway up my shin.
I was gonna say halfway up your shit.
Yeah, halfway up my shin.
Alrighty. Well, guys, say goodnight. I'm gonna call it for the end for today.
Right out. Everybody have a good week. Be safe. God bless. Pilot, prayers for your wife.
Yes, prayers for your wife. Well, I know I'm not really religious, so you're in my thoughts. But all right, good night, everyone.
Yeah, Jesse.
Everyone have a good night.
Till next week.